Section 92 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Section 92, Part 2, Book the 8th, Chapter 2, Impartiality. The creation of an equality with the king, called peerage, was, in barbarous epochs, a useful fiction. This rudimentary political expedient produced in France and England different results. In France, the peer was a mock king. In England, a real prince, less grand than in France, but more genuine. We might say less, but worse. Peerage was born in France. The date is uncertain, under Charlemagne, says the legend. Under Robert le Sage, says history, and history is not more to be relied on than legend. Favin writes, "The King of France wished to attach to himself the great of his kingdom by the magnificent title of peers, as if they were his equals." Peerage soon thrust forth branches, and from France passed over to England. The English peerage has been a great fact, and almost a mighty institution. It had for president the Saxon Witenagemot, the Danish Thane, and the Norman Vavasor, commingled in the Baron. Baron is the same as Vir, which is translated into Spanish by Varon, and which signifies par excellence. Man. As early as 1075, the barons made themselves felt by the king, and by what a king! By William the Conqueror. In 1086 they laid the foundation of feudality, and its basis was the Domesday Book. Under John Lackland came conflict. The French peerage took the high hand with Great Britain, and demanded that the King of England should appear at their bar. Great was the indignation of the English barons. At the coronation of Philip Augustus, the King of England, as Duke of Normandy, carried the first square banner, and the Duke of Guyenne the second. Against this king, a vassal of the foreigner, the war of the barons burst forth. The barons imposed on the weak-minded King John Magna Charta, from which sprang the House of Lords. The Pope took part with the king, and excommunicated the lords. The date was 1215, and the Pope was Innocent III, who wrote the Veni Sancte Spiritus, and who sent to John Lackland the 4 cardinal virtues in the shape of 4 gold rings. The lords persisted. The duel continued through many generations. Pembroke struggled. 1248 was the year of the Provisions of Oxford. 24 barons limited the king's powers, discussed him, and called a knight from each county to take part in the widened breach. Here was the dawn of the Commons. Later on, the lords added 2 citizens from each city, and 2 burgesses from each borough. It arose from this, that up to the time of Elizabeth, the peers were judges of the validity of elections to the House of Commons. From their jurisdiction sprang the proverb that the members returned ought to be without the 3 P's, sine prece, sine pretio, sine poculo. This did not obviate rotten boroughs. In 1293 the Court of Peers in France had still the King of England under their jurisdiction, and Philippe le Bel cited Edward I to appear before him. Edward I was the king who ordered his son to boil him down after death, and to carry his bones to the wars. Under the follies of their kings, the lords felt the necessity of fortifying Parliament. They divided it into 2 chambers, the upper and the lower. The lords arrogantly kept the supremacy. If it happens that any member of the Commons should be so bold as to speak to the prejudice of the House of Lords, he is called to the bar of the House to be reprimanded, and occasionally to be sent to the Tower. There is the same distinction in voting. In the House of Lords they vote one by one, beginning with the junior, called the puisne baron. Each peer answers content or non-content. In the Commons they vote together, by aye or no, in a crowd. The Commons accuse, the peers judge. The peers, in their disdain of figures, delegated to the Commons, who were to profit by it, the superintendence of the exchequer, thus named, according to some, after the table cover, which was like a chessboard, and, according to others, from the drawers of the old safe, where was kept, behind an iron grating, the treasure of the kings of England. The year book dates from the end of the 13th century. In the War of the Roses, the weight of the Lords was thrown, now on the side of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, now on the side of Edmund, Duke of York. Wat Tyler, the Lollards, Warwick the Kingmaker, all that anarchy from which freedom is to spring, had for foundation, avowed or secret, the English feudal system. The Lords were usefully jealous of the crown, for to be jealous is to be watchful. They circumscribed the royal initiative, diminished the category of cases of high treason, raised up pretended Richards against Henry IV., appointed themselves arbitrators, judged the question of the three crowns between the Duke of York and Margaret of Anjou, and at need levied armies, and fought their battles of Shrewsbury, Tewkesbury, and St. Albans, sometimes winning, sometimes losing. Before this, in the 13th century, they had gained the battle of Lewes, and had driven from the kingdom the four brothers of the king, bastards of Queen Isabella by the Count de la Marche, all four usurers, who extorted money from Christians by means of the Jews, half princes, half sharpers, a thing common enough in more recent times, but not held in good odour in those days. Up to the 15th century, the Norman Duke peeped out in the King of England, and the Acts of Parliament were written in French. From the reign of Henry VII., by the will of the Lords, these were written in English. England, British under Uther Pendragon, Roman under Caesar, Saxon under the Heptarchy, Danish under Harold, Norman after William, then became, thanks to the Lords, English. After that she became Anglican. To have one's religion at home is a great power. A foreign pope drags down the national life. A Mecca is an octopus, and devours it. In 1534 London bowed out Rome. The peerage adopted the reformed religion, and the Lords accepted Luther. Here we have the answer to the excommunication of 1215. It was agreeable to Henry VIII., but, in other respects, the Lords were a trouble to him. As a bulldog to a bear, so was the House of Lords to Henry VIII. When Wolsey robbed the nation of Whitehall, and when Henry robbed Wolsey of it, who complained? 4 lords, Darcy of Chichester, St. John of Bletchow, and 2 Norman names, Mountjoy and Mounteagle. The king usurped, the peerage encroached. There is something in hereditary power which is incorruptible. Hence the insubordination of the Lords. Even in Elizabeth's reign the barons were restless. From the resulted the tortures at Durham. Elizabeth was as a farthingale over an executioner's block. Elizabeth assembled Parliament as seldom as possible, and reduced the House of Lords to 65 members, amongst whom there was but one Marquis, Winchester, and not a single Duke. In France the kings felt the same jealousy, and carried out the same elimination. Under Henry III there were no more than 8 dukedoms in the peerage, and it was to the great vexation of the king that the Baron de Montes, the Baron de Courcy, the Baron de Coulommiers, the Baron de Chateauneuf en Thimerais, the Baron de la Fère en Lardenois, the Baron de Montagne, and some others besides, maintained themselves as barons, peers of France. In England the Crown saw the peerage diminish with pleasure. Under Anne, to quote but one example, the peerages became extinct since the 12th century amounted to 565. The War of the Roses had begun the extermination of dukes, which the acts of Mary Tudor completed. This was indeed the decapitation of the nobility. To prune away the dukes was to cut off its head. Good policy, perhaps, but it is better to corrupt than to decapitate. James I. was of this opinion. He restored dukedoms. He made a duke of his favorite, Villiers, who had made him a pig. 22. A transformation from the duke feudal to the duke courtier. This sowing was to bring forth a rank harvest. Charles II. was to make two of his mistresses duchesses, Barbara of Southampton and Louise de la Querouel of Portsmouth. Under Anne there were to be 25 dukes, of whom 3 were to be foreigners, Cumberland, Cambridge, and Schomberg. Did this court policy, invented by James I., succeed? No. The House of Peers was irritated by the effort to shackle it by intrigue. It was irritated against James I. It was irritated against Charles I., who, we may observe, may have had something to do with the death of his father, just as Marie de Medicis may have had something to do with the death of her husband. There was a rupture between Charles I. and the peerage. The Lords, who, under James I., had tried at their bar extortion in the person of Bacon, under Charles I. tried treason in the person of Stratford. They had condemned Bacon, they condemned Stratford. One had lost his honour, the other lost his life. Charles I. was first beheaded in the person of Stratford. The Lords lent their aid to the Commons. The King convokes Parliament to Oxford. The Revolution convokes it to London. 44 peers side with the King, 22 with the Republic. From this combination of the people with the Lords arose the Bill of Rights, a sketch of the French droit de l'homme, a vague shadow flung back from the depths of futurity by the Revolution of France on the Revolution of England. Such were the services of the peerage, involuntary ones, we admit, and dearly purchased, because the said peerage is a huge parasite, but considerable services nevertheless. The despotic work of Louis XI, of Richelieu, and of Louis XIV, the creation of a sultan, levelling taken for true equality, the bastinado given by the sceptre, the common abasement of the people, all these Turkish tricks in France the peers prevented in England. The aristocracy was a wall, banking up the king on one side, sheltering the people on the other. They redeemed their arrogance towards the people by their insolence towards the king. Simon, Earl of Leicester, said to Henry III, "King, thou hast lied." The Lords curbed the crown, and grated against their kings in the tenderest point, that of venery. Every lord, passing through a royal park, had the right to kill a deer. In the house of the king the peer was at home. In the Tower of London the scale of allowance for the king was no more than that for a peer, namely, £12 sterling per week. This was the House of Lords doing. Yet more. We owe to it the deposition of kings. The Lords ousted John Lackland, degraded Edward II, deposed Richard II, broke the power of Henry VI, and made Cromwell a possibility. What a Louis XIV there was in Charles I. Thanks to Cromwell it remained latent. By the by, we may here observe that Cromwell himself, though no historian seems to have noticed the fact, aspired to the peerage. This was why he married Elizabeth Bourchier, descendant and heiress of a Cromwell, Lord Bourchier, whose peerage became extinct in 1471, and of a Bourchier, Lord Robersart, another peerage extinct in 1429. Carried on with the formidable increase of important events, he found the suppression of a king a shorter way to power than the recovery of a peerage. A ceremonial of the Lords, at times ominous, could reach even to the king. Two men-at-arms from the Tower, with their axes on their shoulders, between whom an accused peer stood at the bar of the House, might have been there in like attendance on the king as on any other nobleman. For 5 centuries the House of Lords acted on a system, and carried it out with determination. They had their days of idleness and weakness, as, for instance, that strange time when they allowed themselves to be seduced by the vessels loaded with cheeses, hams, and Greek wines sent them by Julius II. The English aristocracy was restless, haughty, ungovernable, watchful, and patriotically mistrustful. It was that aristocracy which, at the end of the 17th century, by Act the 10th of the year 1694, deprived the borough of Stockbridge, in Hampshire, of the right of sending members to Parliament, and forced the Commons to declare null the election for that borough, stained by papistical fraud. It imposed the test on James, Duke of York, and, on his refusal to take it, excluded him from the throne. He reigned notwithstanding, but the Lords wound up by calling him to account and banishing him. That aristocracy has had, in its long duration, some instinct of progress. It has always given out a certain quantity of appreciable light, except now toward its end, which is at hand. Under James II it maintained in the lower house the proportion of 346 burgesses against 92 knights. The 16 barons, by courtesy of the Cinque Ports, were more than counterbalanced by the 50 citizens of the 25 cities. Though corrupt and egotistic, that aristocracy was, in some instances, singularly impartial. It is harshly judged. History keeps all its compliments for the Commons. The justice of this is doubtful. We consider the part played by the Lords a very great one. Oligarchy is the independence of a barbarous state, but it is an independence. Take Poland, for instance, nominally a kingdom, really a republic. The peers of England held the throne in suspicion and guardianship. Time after time they have made their power more felt than that of the Commons. They gave check to the king. Thus, in that remarkable year, 1694, the Triennial Parliament Bill, rejected by the Commons, in consequence of the objections of William III, was passed to the Lords. William III, in his irritation, deprived the Earl of Bath of the governorship of Pendennis Castle, and Viscount Mordaunt of all his offices. The House of Lords was the Republic of Venice in the heart of the royalty of England. To reduce the king to a doge was its object, and in proportion as it decreased the power of the crown, it increased that of the people. Royalty knew this, and hated the peerage. Each endeavored to lessen the other. What was thus lost by reach was proportionate profit to the people. Those two blind powers, monarchy and oligarchy, could not see that they were working for the benefit of a third, which was democracy. What a delight it was to the Crown, in the last century, to be able to hang a peer, Lord Ferrers. However, they hung him with a silken rope. How polite! They would not have hung a peer of France, the Duke of Richelieu haughtily remarked. Granted, they would have beheaded him. Still more polite. Montmorency Tancarville signed himself peer of France and England, thus throwing the English peerage into the second rank. The peers of France were higher and less powerful, holding to rank more than to authority, and to precedence more than to domination. There was between them and the Lords that shade of difference which separates vanity from pride. with the peers of France, to take precedence of foreign princes, of Spanish grandees, of Venetian patricians, to see seated on the lower benches the marshals of France, the constable and the admiral of France, were he even Comte de Toulouse and son of Louis XIV, to draw a distinction between duchies in the male and female line, to maintain the proper distance between a simple comte like Armagnac or Albret and a comte prairie like Evreux, to wear by right, at 25, the blue ribbon of golden fleece, to counterbalance the Duc de la Trémouille, the most ancient peer of the court, with the Duc Uzes, the most ancient peer of the Parliament, to claim as many pages and horses to their carriages as an elector, to be called Monseigneur by the first president, to discuss whether the Duc de Maine dates his peerage to the Comte d'Eu from 1458, to cross the Grand Chamber diagonally or by the side. Such things were grave matters. Grave matters with the Lords were the Navigation Act, the Test Act, the enrolment of Europe in the service of England, the command of the sea, the expulsion of the Stuarts, war with France. On one side, etiquette above all; on the other, empire above all. The peers of England had the substance, the peers of France the shadow. To conclude, the House of Lords was a starting point. Towards civilization this is an immense thing. It had the honor to found a nation. It was the first incarnation of the unity of the people. English resistance, that obscure but all-powerful force, was born in the House of Lords. The barons, by a series of acts of violence against royalty, have paved the way for its eventful downfall. The House of Lords at the present day is somewhat sad and astonished at what it has unwillingly and unintentionally done, all the more that it is irrevocable. What are concessions? Restitutions, and nations know it. "I grant," says the king. "I get back my own," says the people. The House of Lords believed that it was creating the privileges of the peerage, and it has produced the rights of the citizen. That vulture, aristocracy, has hatched the eagle's egg of liberty. And now the egg is broken. The eagle is soaring, the vulture dying. Aristocracy is at its last gasp. England is growing up. Still, let us be just towards the aristocracy. It entered the scale against royalty, and was its counterpoise. It was an obstacle to despotism. It was a barrier. Let us thank and bury it. End of Section 92. Recording by William Tomko.
Section 93 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 8th, Chapter 3, The Old Hall. Near Westminster Abbey was an old Norman palace, which was burned in the time of Henry VIII. Its wings were spared. In one of them Edward VI placed the House of Lords, in the other the House of Commons. Neither the two wings nor the two chambers are now in existence. The whole has been rebuilt. We have already said, and we must repeat, that there is no resemblance between the House of Lords of the present day and that of the past. In demolishing the ancient palace, they somewhat demolished its ancient usages. The strokes of the pickaxe on the monument produce their counterstrokes on customs and charters. An old stone cannot fall without dragging down with it an old law. Place in a round room a parliament which has been hitherto held in a square room, and it will no longer be the same thing. A change in the shape of the shell changes the shape of the fish inside. If you wish to preserve an old thing, human or divine, a code or a dogma, a nobility or a priesthood, never repair anything about it thoroughly, even its outside cover. Patch it up, nothing more. For instance, Jesuitism is a piece added to Catholicism. Treat edifices as you would treat institutions. Shadows should dwell in ruins. Worn-out powers are uneasy in chambers freshly decorated. Ruined palaces accord best with institutions in rags. To attempt to describe the House of Lords of other days would be to attempt to describe the unknown. History is night. In history there is no second tier. That which is no longer on the stage immediately fades into obscurity. The scene is shifted, and all is at once forgotten. The past has a synonym, the unknown. The peers of England sat as a court of justice in Westminster Hall, and as the higher legislative chamber in a chamber specially reserved for the purpose, called the House of Lords. Besides the House of Peers of England, which did not assemble as a court unless convoked by the Crown, two great English tribunals, inferior to the House of Peers, but superior to all other jurisdiction, sat in Westminster Hall. At the end of that hall they occupied adjoining compartments. The first was the Court of King's Bench, in which the King was supposed to preside. The other, the Court of Chancery, in which the Chancellor presided. The one was a court of justice, the other a court of mercy. It was the Chancellor who counselled the King to pardon, only rarely though. These two courts, which are still in existence, interpreted legislation and reconstructed it somewhat, for the art of the judge is to carve the code into jurisprudence, a task from which equity results as it best may. Legislation was worked up and applied in the severity of the great hall of Westminster, the rafters of which were of chestnut wood, over which spiders could not spread their webs. There are enough of them in all conscience in the laws. To sit as a court and to sit as a chamber are two distinct things. This double function constitutes supreme power. The Long Parliament, which began in November 1640, felt the revolutionary necessity for this two-edged sword. So it declared that, as House of Lords, it possessed judicial as well as legislative power. This double power has been, from time immemorial, vested in the House of Peers. We have just mentioned that as judges they occupied Westminster Hall. As legislators they had another chamber. This other chamber, properly called the House of Lords, was oblong and narrow. All the light in it came from 4 windows in deep embrasures, which received their light through the roof, and a bull's-eye composed of 6 panes with curtains over the throne. At night there was no other light than 12 half-candelabra fastened to the wall. The chamber of Venice was darker still. A certain obscurity is pleasing to those owls of supreme power. A high ceiling adorned with many-faced relievos and gilded cornices circled over the chamber where the lords assembled. The Commons had but a flat ceiling. There is a meaning in all monarchical buildings. At one end of the long chamber of the Lords was the door, at the other, opposite to it, the throne. A few paces from the door, the bar, a transverse barrier, and a sort of frontier, marked the spot where the people ended and the peerage began. To the right of the throne was a fireplace with emblazoned pinnacles, and 2 bas-reliefs of marble, representing one, the victory of Cutwulf over the Britons in 572, the other, the geometrical plan of the borough of Dunstable, which had 4 streets, parallel to the 4 quarters of the world. The throne was approached by 3 steps. It was called the royal chair. On the 2 walls, opposite each other, were displayed in successive pictures, on a huge piece of tapestry given to the lords by Elizabeth, the adventures of the Armada from the time of its leaving Spain until it was wrecked on the coasts of Great Britain. The great hulls of the ships were embroidered with threads of gold and silver, which had become blackened by time. Against this tapestry, cut at intervals by the candelabra fastened in the wall, were placed, to the right of the throne, 3 rows of benches for the bishops, and to the left 3 rows of benches for the dukes, marquises, and earls, in tiers, and separated by gangways. On the 3 benches of the first section sat the dukes. On those of the second, the marquises. On those of the third, the earls. The viscount's bench was placed across, opposite the throne, and behind, between the viscounts and the bar, were 2 benches for the barons. On the highest bench to the right of the throne sat the 2 archbishops of Canterbury and York. On the middle bench 3 bishops, London, Durham, and Winchester, and the other bishops on the lowest bench. There is between the Archbishop of Canterbury and the other bishops this considerable difference, that he is bishop by divine providence, whilst the others are only so by divine permission. On the right of the throne was a chair for the Prince of Wales, and on the left folding chairs for the royal dukes, and behind the latter a raised seat for minor peers, who had not the privilege of voting. Plenty of fleur-de-lis everywhere, and the great escutcheon of England over the 4 walls above the peers, as well as above the king. The sons of peers and the heirs to peerages assisted at the debates, standing behind the throne, between the dais and the wall. A large square of space was left vacant between the tiers of benches placed along 3 sides of the chamber and the throne. In this space, which was covered with a state carpet, interwoven with the arms of Great Britain, were 4 woolsacks, 1 in front of the throne, on which sat the Lord Chancellor, between the mace and the seal, 1 in front of the bishops, on which sat the judges, councillors of state who had the right to vote but not to speak, 1 in front of the dukes, marquises, and earls, on which sat the secretaries of state, and 1 in front of the viscounts and barons, on which sat the clerk of the crown and the clerk of the parliament, and on which the 2 underclerks wrote, kneeling. In the middle of the space was a large covered table, heaped with bundles of papers, registers, and summonses, with magnificent inkstands of chased silver, and with high candlesticks at the 4 corners. The peers took their seats in chronological order, each according to the date of the creation of his peerage. They ranked according to their titles, and within their grade of nobility according to seniority. At the bar stood the usher of the black rod, his wand in his hand. Inside the door was the deputy usher, and outside the crier of the black rod, whose duty it was to open the sittings of the courts of justice with the cry "Oyez" in French, uttered thrice, with a solemn accent upon the first syllable. Near the crier stood the sergeant mace-bearer of the Chancellor. In royal ceremonies the temporal peers wore coronets on their heads, and the spiritual peers mitres. The archbishops wore mitres with a ducal coronet, and the bishops, who rank after viscounts, mitres with a baron's cap. It is to be remarked, as a coincidence at once strange and instructive, that this square formed by the throne, the bishops, and the barons, with kneeling magistrates within it, was in form similar to the ancient parliament in France under the 2 first dynasties. The aspect of authority was the same in France as in England. Hincmar, in his treatise De Ordinatione Sacri Palatii, described in 853 the sittings of the House of Lords at Westminster in the 18th century. Strange indeed. A description given 900 years before the existence of the thing described. But what is history? An echo of the past in the future, a reflex from the future on the past. The Assembly of Parliament was obligatory only once in every 7 years. The Lords deliberated in secret with closed doors. The debates of the Commons were public. Publicity entails diminution of dignity. The number of the Lords was unlimited. To create Lords was the menace of royalty, a means of government. At the beginning of the 18th century, the House of Lords already contained a very large number of members. It has increased still further since that period. To dilute the aristocracy is politic. Elizabeth most probably erred in condensing the peerage into 65 lords. The less numerous, the more intense is a peerage. In assemblies, the more numerous the members, the fewer the heads. James II understood this when he increased the upper house to 188 lords. 186 if we subtract from the peerages the 2 duchies of royal favourites, Portsmouth and Cleveland. Under Anne, the total number of the lords, including bishops, was 207. Not counting the Duke of Cumberland, husband of the Queen, there were 25 dukes, of whom the Premier, Norfolk, did not take his seat, being a Catholic, and of whom the junior, Cambridge, the Elector of Hanover, did, although a foreigner. Winchester, termed first and sole Marquis of England, as Astorga was termed sole Marquis of Spain, was absent, being a Jacobite, so that there were only 5 marquises, of whom the Premier was Lindsay, and the junior Lothian, 79 earls, of whom Derby was Premier and Islay junior, 9 viscounts, of whom Hereford was Premier and Lonsdale junior, and 62 barons, of whom Abergavenny was Premier and Harvey junior. Lord Harvey, the junior baron, was what was called the Priestley of the house. Derby, of whom Oxford, Shrewsbury, and Kent took precedence, and who was therefore but the 4th under James II, became, under Anne, Premier Earl. 2 chancellors' names had disappeared from the list of barons, Verulam, under which designation history finds us Bacon, and Wem, under which it finds us Jeffreys. Bacon and Jeffreys, both names overshadowed, though by different crimes. In 1705 the 26 bishops were reduced to 25, the see of Chester being vacant. Amongst the bishops some were peers of high rank, such as William Talbot, Bishop of Oxford, who was head of the Protestant branch of that family. Others were eminent doctors, like John Sharp, Archbishop of York, formerly Dean of Norwich; the poet Thomas Sprat, Bishop of Rochester, an apoplectic old man; and that Bishop of Lincoln, who was to die Archbishop of Canterbury, Wake, the adversary of Bossuet. On important occasions, and when a message from the Crown to the House was expected, the whole of this august assembly, in robes, in wigs, in mitres, or plumes, formed out and displayed their rows of heads, in tiers, along the walls of the house, where the storm was vaguely to be seen exterminating the Armada, almost as much as to say,
Section 94 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs, by Victor Hugo, Section 94, Part 2, Book the Eighth, Chapter 4, The Old Chamber. The whole ceremony of the investiture of Gwynplaine, from his entry under the King's Gate to his taking the test under the nave window, was enacted in a sort of twilight. Lord William Cowper had not permitted that he, as Lord Chancellor of England, should receive too many details of circumstances connected with the disfigurement of the young Lord Fermain Clancharlie, considering it below his dignity to know that a peer was not handsome, and feeling that his dignity would suffer if an inferior should venture to intrude on him information of such a nature. We know that a common fellow will take pleasure in saying, "That prince is humpbacked." Therefore it is abusive to say that a lord is deformed. To the few words dropped on the subject by the Queen the Lord Chancellor had contented himself with replying, "The face of a peer is in his peerage." Ultimately, however, the affidavits he had read and certified enlightened him. Hence the precautions which he took. The face of the new lord, on his entrance into the House, might cause some sensation. This it was necessary to prevent, and the Lord Chancellor took his measures for the purpose. It is a fixed idea and a rule of conduct in grave personages to allow as little disturbance as possible. Dislike of incident is a part of their gravity. He felt the necessity of so ordering matters that the admission of Gwynplaine should take place without any hitch, and like that of any other successor to the peerage. It was for this reason that the Lord Chancellor directed that the reception of Lord Fermain Clancharlie should take place at the evening sitting. The Chancellor being the doorkeeper, "Quodammodo otiarus," says the Norman Charter. "Januarum cancellorumque," says Tertullian. He can officiate outside the room on the threshold, and Lord William Cowper had used his right by carrying out under the nave the formalities of the investiture of Lord Fermain Clancharlie. Moreover, he had brought forward the hour for the ceremonies, so that the new peer actually made his entrance into the House before the House had assembled. For the investiture of a peer on the threshold, and not in the chamber itself, there were precedents. The first hereditary baron, John de Beauchamp of Holt Castle, created by patent by Richard II. in 1387. Baron Kidderminster was thus installed. In renewing this precedent, the Lord Chancellor was creating for himself a future cause for embarrassment, of which he felt the inconvenience less than 2 years afterwards on the entrance of Viscount Newhaven into the House of Lords. Short-sighted as we have already stated him to be, Lord William Cowper scarcely perceived the deformity of Gwynplaine, while the two sponsors, being old and nearly blind, did not perceive it at all. The Lord Chancellor had chosen them for that very reason. More than this, the Lord Chancellor, having only seen the presence and stature of Gwynplaine, thought him a fine-looking man. When the doorkeeper opened the folding doors to Gwynplaine, there were but few peers in the House, and these few were nearly all old men. In assemblies the old members are the most punctual, just as towards women they are the most assiduous. On the Duke's benches there were but two, one white-headed, the other grey. Thomas Osborne, Duke of Leeds, and Schomberg, son of that Schomberg, German by birth, French by his marshal's baton, and English by his peerage, who was banished by the Edict of Nantes, and who, having fought against England as a Frenchman, fought against France as an Englishman. On the benches of the Lords Spiritual there sat only the Archbishop of Canterbury, Primate of England, above and below Dr. Simon Patrick, Bishop of Ely, in conversation with Evelyn Pierrepoint, Marquis of Dorchester, who was explaining to him the difference between a gabion considered singly and when used in the parapet of a field work, and between palisades and phrases, the former being a row of posts driven into the ground in front of the tents for the purpose of protecting the camp, the latter sharp pointed stakes set up under the wall of a fortress to prevent the escalade of the besiegers and the desertion of the besieged. And the Marquis was explaining further the method of placing phrases in the ditches of redoubts, half of each stake being buried and half exposed. Thomas Thynne, Viscount Weymouth, having approached the light of a chandelier, was examining a plan of his architect's for laying out his gardens at Longleat in Wiltshire, in the Italian style, as a lawn, broken up into plots, with squares of turf alternating with squares of red and yellow sand, of river shells, and of fine coal dust. On the Viscount's benches was a group of old peers, Essex, Ossulstone, Peregrine, Osborne, William Zulestein, Earl of Rochford, and amongst them a few more youthful ones, of the factions which did not wear wigs, gathered round Prince Devereux, Viscount Hereford, and discussing the question whether an infusion of Appalachia holly was tea. "Very nearly," said Osborne. "Quite," said Essex. This discussion was attentively listened to by Paulet St. John, a cousin of Bolingbroke, of whom Voltaire was, later on, in some degree, the pupil, for Voltaire's education, commenced by Père Poree, was finished by Bolingbroke. On the Marquis's benches, Thomas de Grey, Marquis of Kent, Lord Chamberlain to the Queen, was informing Robert Bertie, Marquis of Lindsay, Lord Chamberlain of England, that the first prize in the great English lottery of 1694 had been won by two French refugees, Monsieur Lecoq, formerly councillor in the Parliament of Paris, and Monsieur Ravenel, a gentleman of Brittany. The Earl of Weymouth was reading a book entitled Pratique curieuse des oracles de Sibylle. John Campbell, Earl of Greenwich, famous for his long chin, his gaiety, and his 87 years, was writing to his mistress. Lord Chandos was trimming his nails. The sitting which was about to take place, being a royal one, where the crown was to be represented by commissioners, two assistant doorkeepers were placing in front of the throne a bench covered with purple velvet. On the second woolsack sat the Master of the Rolls, Sacrorum Scrinorum Magister, who had then for his residence the house formerly belonging to the converted Jews. Two under clerks were kneeling and turning over the leaves of the registers, which lay on the fourth woolsack. In the meantime, the Lord Chancellor took his place on the first woolsack. The members of the Chamber took theirs, some sitting, others standing, when the Archbishop of Canterbury rose and read the prayer, and the sitting of the House began. Gwynplaine had already been there for some time without attracting any notice. The second bench of barons, on which was his place, was close to the bar, so that he had to take but a few steps to reach it. The two peers, his sponsors, sat, one on his right, the other on his left, thus almost concealing the presence of the newcomer. No one having been furnished with any previous information, the Clerk of the Parliament had read in a low voice, and as it were mumbled through the different documents concerning the new peer, and the Lord Chancellor had proclaimed his admission in the midst of what is called, in the reports, general inattention. Every one was talking. There buzzed through the House that cheerful hum of voices, during which assemblies pass things which will not bear the light, and at which they wonder when they find out what they have done too late. Gwynplaine was seated in silence, with his head uncovered, between the two old peers, Lord Fitzwalter and Lord Arundel. On entering, according to the instructions of the King at Arms, afterwards renewed by his sponsors, he had bowed to the throne. Thus all was over. He was a peer. That pinnacle, under the glory of which he had, all his life, seen his master Ursus bow himself down in fear, that prodigious pinnacle was under his feet. He was in that place, so dark and yet so dazzling in England. Old peak of the feudal mountain, looking up for 6 centuries by Europe and by history. Terrible nimbus of a world of shadow. He had entered into the brightness of its glory, and his entrance was irrevocable. He was there in his own sphere, seated on his throne, like the king on his. He was there, and nothing in the future could obliterate the fact. The royal crown, which he saw under the dais, was brother to his coronet. He was a peer of that throne. In the face of majesty he was peerage, less but like. Yesterday what was he? A player. Today what was he? A prince. Yesterday nothing. Today everything. It was a sudden confrontation of misery and power, meeting face to face and resolving themselves at once into the two halves of a coincidence. Two speeches, adversity and prosperity, were taking possession of the same soul, and each drawing that soul towards itself. Oh, pathetic division of an intellect, of a will, of a brain, between two brothers who are enemies! The phantom of poverty and the phantom of wealth, able and
Section 95 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Section 95, Part 2, Book the 8th, Chapter 5, Aristocratic Gossip. By degrees the seats of the House filled as the Lords arrived. The question was the vote for augmenting, by £100,000 sterling, the annual income of George of Denmark, Duke of Cumberland, the Queen's husband. Besides this, it was announced that several bills assented to by Her Majesty were to be brought back to the House by the Commissioners of the Crown, empowered and charged to sanction them. This raised the sitting to a royal one. The peers all wore their robes over their usual court or ordinary dress. These robes, similar to that which had been thrown over Gwynplaine, were alike for all, excepting that the dukes had 5 bands of ermine trimmed with gold, marquises 4, earls and viscounts 3, and barons 2. Most of the lords entered in groups. They had met in the corridors and were continuing the conversations there begun. A few came in alone. The costumes of all were solemn, but neither their attitudes nor their words corresponded with them. On entering, each one bowed to the throne. The peers flowed in. The series of great names marched past with scant ceremonial, the public not being present. Leicester entered and shook Lichfield's hand, then came Charles Mordaunt, Earl of Peterborough, and Monmouth, the friend of Locke, under whose advice he had proposed the recoinage of money. Then Charles Campbell, Earl of Loudon, listening to Fulk Greville, Lord Brooke. Then Dorme, Earl of Carnarvon. Then Robert Sutton, Baron Lexington, son of that Lexington who recommended Charles II to banish Gregorio Leti, the historiographer, who was so ill-advised as to try to become a historian. Then Thomas Bellasis, Viscount Falkenberg, a handsome old man, and the 3 cousins, Howard, Earl of Bindon, Bowes Howard, Earl of Berkshire, and Stafford Howard, Earl of Stafford, all together. Then John Lovelace, Baron Lovelace, which peerage became extinct in 1736, so that Richardson was enabled to introduce Lovelace in his book, and to create a type under the name. All these personages, celebrated each in his own way, either in politics or in war, and of whom many were an honour to England, were laughing and talking. It was history, as it were, seen in undress. In less than half an hour the House was nearly full. This was to be expected, as the sitting was a royal one. What was more unusual was the eagerness of the conversations. The House, so sleepy not long before, now hummed like a hive of bees. The arrival of the peers who had come in late had wakened them up. These lords had brought news. It was strange that the peers who had been there at the opening of the sitting knew nothing of what had occurred, while those who had not been there knew all about it. Several lords had come from Windsor. For some hours past the adventures of Gwynplaine had been the subject of conversation. A secret is a net. Let one mesh drop, and the whole goes to pieces. In the morning, in consequence of the incidents related above, the whole story of a peer found on the stage, and of a mountebank become a lord, had burst forth at Windsor in royal places. The princes had talked about it, and then the lackeys. From the court the news soon reached the town. Events have a weight, and the mathematical rule of velocity, increasing in proportion to the squares of the distance, applies to them. They fall upon the public, and work themselves through it with the most astounding rapidity. At 7 o'clock no one in London had caught wind of the story. By 8 Gwynplaine was the talk of the town. Only the lords who had been so punctual that they were present before the assembling of the House were ignorant of the circumstances, not having been in the town when the matter was talked of by every one, and having been in the House where nothing had been perceived. Seated quietly on their benches, they were addressed by the eager newcomers. "Well," said Francis Brown, Viscount Montacute, to the Marquis of Dorchester. "What?" "Is it possible?" "What?" "The Laughing Man." "Who is the Laughing Man?" "Don't you know the Laughing Man?" "No. He is a clown, a fellow performing at fairs. He has an extraordinary face which people gave a penny to look at. A mountebank." "Well, what then?" "You have just installed him as a peer of England." "You are the Laughing Man, my Lord Montacute." "I am not laughing, my Lord Dorchester." Lord Montacute made a sign to the Clerk of the Parliament, who rose from his woolsack, and confirmed to their lordships the fact of the admission of the new peer. Besides, he detailed the circumstances. "How wonderful!" said Lord Dorchester. "I was talking to the Bishop of Ely all the while." The young Earl of Annesley addressed old Lord Eure, who had but 2 years more to live, as he died in 1707. "My Lord Eure." "My Lord Annesley. Did you know Lord Linnæus Clancharlie?" "A man of bygone days. Yes, I did." "He died in Switzerland?" "Yes. We were relations." "He was a Republican under Cromwell, and remained a Republican under Charles II?" "A Republican? Not at all. He was sulking. He had a personal quarrel with the king. I know from good authority that Lord Clancharlie would have returned to his allegiance if they had given him the office of Chancellor, which Lord Hyde held." "You astonish me, Lord Eure. I had heard that Lord Clancharlie was an honest politician." "An honest politician! Does such a thing exist?" "Young man, there is no such thing." "And Cato?" "Oh, you believe in Cato, do you?" "And Aristides?" "They did well to exile him." "And Thomas More?" "They did well to cut off his head." "And in your opinion Lord Clancharlie was a man as you describe. As for a man remaining in exile, why, it is simply ridiculous." "He died there." "An ambitious man disappointed?" "You ask if I knew him. I should think so, indeed. I was his dearest friend." "Do you know, Lord Eure, that he married when in Switzerland?" "I am pretty sure of it." "And that he had a lawful heir by that marriage?" "Yes." "Who is dead?" "Who is living." "Living?" "Living."
Impossible! It is a fact, proved, authenticated, confirmed, registered. Then that son will inherit the Clancharlie peerage? He is not going to inherit it. Why? Because he has inherited it. It is done. Done? Turn your head, Lord he is sitting behind you, on the barons' benches. Lord turned, but Gwynplaine's face was concealed under his forest of hair. So, said the old man, who could see nothing but his hair, he has already adopted the new fashion. He does not wear a wig. Grantham accosted Culpeper. Some one is finally sold. Who is that? David Dirry Moir. How is that? He is no longer a peer. How can that be? And Henry Auverquerque, Earl of Grantham, told John Baron Culpeper the whole anecdote, how the waif flask had been carried to the Admiralty, about the parchment of the Comprachicos, the Jesu Regis, countersigned Jeffreys, and the confrontation in the torture cell at Southwark, the proof of all the facts acknowledged by the Lord Chancellor and by the Queen, the taking the test under the nave, and finally the admission of Lord Fermain Clancharlie at the commencement of the sitting. Both the lords endeavoured to distinguish his face as he sat between Lord Fitzwalter and Lord Arundel, but with no better success than Lord and Lord Annesley. Gwynplaine, either by chance or by the arrangement of his sponsors, forewarned by the Lord Chancellor, was so placed in shadow as to escape their curiosity. "Who is it? Where is he?" Such was the exclamation of all the newcomers, but no one was succeeded in making him out distinctly. Some, who had seen Gwynplaine in the Green Box, were exceedingly curious, but lost their labour, as it sometimes happens that a young lady is entrenched within a troop of dowagers. Gwynplaine was, as it were, enveloped in several layers of lords, old, infirm, and indifferent. Good livers, with the gout, are marvellously indifferent to stories about their neighbours. There passed from hand to hand copies of a letter 3 lines in length, written, it was said, by the Duchess Josiana to the Queen, her sister, in answer to the injunction made by Her Majesty that she should espouse the new peer, the lawful heir of the Clancharlies, Lord Fermain. This letter was couched in the following terms: "Madam, the arrangement will suit me just as well. I can have Lord David for my lover. Signed, Josiana." This note, whether a true copy or a forgery, was received by all with the greatest enthusiasm. A young lord, Charles Okehampton, Baron Mohun, who belonged to the wigless faction, read and re-read it with delight. Louis de Duras, Earl of Faversham, an Englishman with a Frenchman's wit, looked at Mohun and smiled. "That is a woman I should like to marry," exclaimed Lord Mohun. The lords around them overheard the following dialogue between Duras and Mohun. "Marry the Duchess Josiana, Lord Mohun." "Why not?" "Plague take it." "She would make one very happy." "She would make many very happy." "But is it not always a question of many?" "Lord Mohun, you are right. With regard to women, we have always the leavings of others. Has any one ever had a beginning?" "Adam, perhaps." "Not he." "Then Satan." "My dear lord," concluded Louis de Duras, "Adam only lent his name. Poor dupe, he endorsed the human race. Man was begotten on the woman by the devil." Hugh Cholmondeley, Earl of Cholmondeley, strong in points of law, was asked from the bishops' benches by Nathaniel Crewe, who was doubly a peer, being a temporal peer, as Baron Crewe, and a spiritual peer, as Bishop of Durham. "Is it possible?" said Crewe. "Is it regular?" said Cholmondeley. "The investiture of this peer was made outside the House," replied the bishop, "but it is stated that there are precedents for it." "Yes, Lord Beauchamp under Richard II., Lord Chenay under Elizabeth and Lord Broghill under Cromwell. Cromwell goes for nothing. What do you think of it all? Many different things. My Lord Cholmondeley, what will be the rank of this young Lord Clancharlie in the House? My Lord Bishop, the interruption of the Republic having displaced ancient rights of precedence, Clancharlie now ranks in the peerage between Barnard and Somers, so that should each be called upon to speak in turn, Lord Clancharlie would be the eighth in rotation. Really? He, a mountebank, from a public show? The act per se does not astonish me, my Lord Bishop. We meet with such things. Still more wonderful circumstances occur. Was not the War of the Roses predicted by the sudden drying up of the river Ouse in Bedfordshire on January 1st, 1399? Now, if a river dries up, a peer may, quite as naturally, fall into a servile condition. Ulysses, king of Ithaca, played all kinds of different parts. Fermain Clancharlie remained a lord under his player's garb. Sordid garments touch not the soul's nobility, but taking the test, and the investiture outside the sitting, though strictly legal, might give rise to objections. I am of opinion that it will be necessary to look into the matter, to see if there be any ground to question the Lord Chancellor in Privy Council later on. We shall see in a week or two what is best to be done." And the bishop added, "All the same, it is an adventure such as not occurred since Earl Gesbodus's time." Gwynplaine, the Laughing Man, the Tadcaster Inn, the Green Box, Chaos Vanquished, Switzerland, Chillon, the Comprachicos, Exile, Mutilation, the Republic, Jeffreys, James II, the Jussu Regis, the Bottle Opened at the Admiralty, the Father, Lord Linnaeus, the Legitimate Son, Lord Fermain, the Bastard Son, Lord David, the Probable Lawsuits, the Duchess Josiana, the Lord Chancellor, the Queen. All these subjects of conversation ran from bench to bench. Whispering is like a train of gunpowder. They seized on every incident. All the details of the occurrence caused an immense murmur through the house. Gwynplaine, wandering in the depths of his reverie, heard the buzzing, without knowing that he was the cause of it. He was strangely attentive to the depths, not to the surface. Excess of attention becomes isolation. The buzz of conversation in the House impedes its usual business no more than the dust raised by a troop impedes its march. The judges, who in the Upper House were mere assistants, without the privilege of speaking except when questioned, had taken their places on the second woolsack, and the three Secretaries of State theirs on the third. The heirs to peerages flowed into their compartment, at once without and within the House, at the back of the throne. The peers, in their minority, were on their own benches. In 1705 the number of these little lords amounted to no less than a dozen. Huntingdon, Lincoln, Dorset, Warwick, Bath, Barlington, Derwentwater, destined to a tragical death, Longueville, Lonsdale, Dudley, Ward, and Carteret. A troop of brats made up of 8 earls, 2 viscounts, and 2 barons. In the centre, on the 3 stages of benches, each lord had taken his seat. Almost all the bishops were there. The dukes mustered strong, beginning with Charles Seymour, Duke of Somerset, and ending with George Augustus, Elector of Hanover, and Duke of Cambridge, junior in date of creation, and consequently junior in rank. All were in order, according to right of precedence. Cavendish, the Duke of Devonshire, whose grandfather had sheltered Hobbes at Hardwicke when he was 92, Lennox, Duke of Richmond, the 3 Fitzroys, the Duke of Southampton, the Duke of Grafton, and the Duke of Northumberland, Butler, Duke of Ormond, Somerset, Duke of Beaufort, Beauclerk, Duke of St. Albans, Paulet, Duke of Bolton, Osborne, Duke of Leeds, Wriothesley Russell, Duke of Bedford, whose motto and device was "Chez Sara Sara," which expresses a determination to take things as they come; Sheffield, Duke of Buckingham; Manners, Duke of Rutland, and others. Neither Howard, Duke of Norfolk, nor Talbot, Duke of Shrewsbury, was present, being Catholics; nor Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, the French Malbrouck, who was at that time fighting the French and beating them. There were no Scotch dukes then, Queensberry, Montrose, and Roxburgh not being admitted.
Section 96 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 8th, Chapter 6. The High and the Low. All at once a bright light broke upon the house. 4 doorkeepers brought and placed on each side of the throne 4 high candelabra filled with wax lights. The throne, thus illuminated, shone in a kind of purple light. It was empty but august. The presence of the Queen herself could not have added much majesty to it. The usher of the black rod entered with his wand and announced, "The Lords Commissioners of Her Majesty." The hum of conversation immediately subsided. A clerk, in a wig and gown, appeared at the great door, holding a cushion worked with fleur-de-lis, on which lay parchment documents. These documents were bills. From each hung the bill, or bull, by a silken string, from which laws are called bills in England and bulls at Rome. Behind the clerk walked 3 men in peers' robes, and wearing plumed hats. These were the royal commissioners. The first was the Lord High Treasurer of England, Godolphin; the second, the Lord President of the Council, Pembroke; the third, the Lord of the Privy Seal, Newcastle. They walked one by one, according to precedence, not of their rank but of their commission, Godolphin first, Newcastle last, although a duke. They reached the bench in front of the throne, to which they bowed, took off and replaced their hats, and sat down on the bench. The Lord Chancellor turned towards the usher of the black rod, and said, "Order the Commons to the bar of the House." The usher of the black rod retired. The clerk, who was one of the clerks of the House of Lords, placed on the table between the 4 woolsacks the cushion on which lay the bills. Then there came an interruption, which continued for some minutes. 2 doorkeepers placed before the bar a stool with 3 steps. This stool was covered with crimson velvet, on which fleurs-de-lis were designed in gilt nails. The great door, which had been closed, was reopened, and a voice announced, "The faithful Commons of England." It was the usher of the black rod announcing the other half of Parliament. The Lords put on their hats. The members of the House of Commons entered, preceded by their Speaker, all with uncovered heads. They stopped at the bar. They were in their ordinary garb, for the most part dressed in black, and wearing swords. The Speaker, the Right Honourable John Smith, an esquire, member of the Borough of Andover, got up on the stool which was at the centre of the bar. The Speaker of the Commons wore a robe of black satin, with large hanging sleeves, embroidered before and behind with Brandenburgs of gold, and a wig smaller than that of the Lord Chancellor. He was majestic, but inferior. The Commons, both Speaker and members, stood waiting with uncovered heads before the peers, who were seated, with their hats on. Amongst the members of Commons might have been remarked the Chief Justice of Chester, Joseph Jekyll, the Queen's 3 serjeants at law, Hooper, Powis, and Parker, James Montague, Solicitor General, and the Attorney General, Simon Harcourt. With the exception of a few baronets and knights, and 9 lords by courtesy, Hartington, Windsor, Woodstock, Mordaunt, Granby, Scudamore, Fitzharding, Hyde, and Berkeley, sons of peers and heirs to peerages, all were of the people, a sort of gloomy and silent crowd. When the noise made by the trampling of feet had ceased, the crier of the black rod, standing by the door, exclaimed, "Oyez!" The clerk of the Crown arose. He took, unfolded, and read the first of the documents on the cushion. It was a message from the Queen, naming 3 commissioners to represent her in Parliament, with power to sanction the bills. To wit, here the clerk raised his voice, Sidney Earl Godolphin. The clerk bowed to Lord Godolphin. Lord Godolphin raised his hat. The clerk continued, Thomas Herbert, Earl of Pembroke and Montgomery. The clerk bowed to Lord Pembroke. Lord Pembroke touched his hat. The clerk resumed, John Holles, Duke of Newcastle. The Duke of Newcastle nodded. The clerk of the Crown resumed his seat. The clerk of the Parliaments arose. His under-clerk, who had been on his knees behind him, got up also. Both turned their faces to the throne and their backs to the Commons. There were 5 bills on the cushion. These 5 bills, voted by the Commons and agreed by the Lords, awaited the royal sanction. The clerk of the Parliaments read the first bill. It was a bill passed by the Commons, charging the country with the costs of the improvements made by the Queen to her residence at Hampton Court, amounting to £1,000,000 sterling. The reading over, the clerk bowed low to the throne. The under-clerk bowed lower still. Then, half turning his head towards the Commons, he said, "The Queen accepts your bounty, et ainsi le veut." The clerk read the second bill. It was a law condemning to imprisonment and fine whosoever withdrew himself from the service of the trainbands. The trainbands were a militia, recruited from the middle and lower classes, serving gratis, which in Elizabeth's reign furnished, on the approach of the Armada, 185,000 foot soldiers and 40,000 horse. The 2 clerks made a fresh bow to the throne, after which the under-clerk, again half turning his face to the Commons, said, La Reine le veut. The third bill was for increasing the tithes and prebends of the bishopric of Lichfield and Coventry, which was one of the richest in England, for making an increased yearly allowance to the cathedral, for augmenting the number of its canons, and for increasing its deaneries and benefices, to the benefit of our holy religion, as the preamble set forth. The fourth bill added to the budget fresh taxes, 1 on marbled paper, 1 on hackney coaches, fixed at the number of 800 in London, and taxed at a sum equal to 52 francs yearly each, 1 on barristers, attorneys, and solicitors, at 48 francs a year a head, 1 on tanned skins, notwithstanding, said the preamble, the complaints of the workers in leather, 1 on soap, notwithstanding the petitions of the city of Exeter and of the whole of Devonshire, where great quantities of cloth and serge were manufactured, 1 on wine at 4 shillings, 1 on flour, 1 on barley and hops, and 1 renewing for 4 years the necessities of the state, said the preamble, requiring to be attended to before the remonstrances of commerce. Tonnage dues varying from 6 francs per ton for ships coming from the westward, to 18 francs on those coming from the eastward. Finally, the bill, declaring the sums already levied for the current year insufficient, concluded by decreeing a poll tax on each subject throughout the kingdom of 4 shillings per head, adding that a double tax would be levied on every one who did not take the fresh oath to government. The fifth bill forbade the admission into the hospital of any sick person who on entering did not deposit £1 to pay for his funeral in case of death. These last 3 bills, like the first 2, were one after the other sanctioned and made law by a bow to the throne, and the 4 words pronounced by the under clerk, La Reine le veut, spoken over his shoulder to the Commons. Then the under clerk knelt down again before the 4th woolsack, and the Lord Chancellor said, Soit fait comme il est désiré. This terminated the royal sitting. The Speaker, bent double before the Chancellor, descended from the stool, backwards, lifting up his robe behind him. The members of the House of Commons bowed to the ground, and as the Upper House resumed the business
Section 97 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Section 97, Part 2, Book the 8th, Chapter 7, Storms of Men are worse than storms of oceans. The doors were closed again. The usher of the black rod re-entered. The Lords Commissioners left the bench of state, took their places at the top of the Duke's benches by right of their commission, and the Lord Chancellor addressed the House. My Lords, the House having deliberated for several days on the bill which proposes to augment by £100,000 sterling the annual provision for His Royal Highness the Prince, Her Majesty's consort, and the debate having been exhausted and closed, the House will proceed to vote. The votes will be taken according to custom, beginning with the puny baron. Each lord, on his name being called, will rise and answer content or non-content, and will be at liberty to explain the motives of his vote, if he thinks fit to do so. Clerk, take the vote. The clerk of the House, standing up, opened a large folio, and spread it open on a gilded desk. This book was the list of the peerage. The puny of the House of Lords at that time was John Hervey, created Baron and Peer in 1703, from whom is descended the Marquis of Bristol. The clerk called, My Lord John, Baron Hervey. An old man in a fair wig rose and said, Content. Then he sat down. The clerk registered his vote. The clerk continued, My Lord Francis Seymour, Baron Conway of Kilutog. Content, murmured, half rising, an elegant young man, with a face like a page, who little thought that he was to be ancestor to the Marquises of Hertford. My Lord John Levison, Baron Gower, continued the clerk. This baron, from whom were to spring the Dukes of Sutherland, rose, and, as he reseated himself, said, Content. The clerk went on. My Lord Heneage Finch, Baron Guernsey, the ancestor of the Earls of Aylesford, neither older nor less elegant than the ancestor of the Marquises of Hertford, justified his device. Aperto viver voto, by the proud tone in which he exclaimed, Content. Whilst he was resuming his seat, the clerk called the 5th Baron. My Lord John Baron Granville. Rising and resuming his seat quickly, Content, exclaimed Lord Granville of Potheridge, whose peerage was to become extinct in 1709. The clerk passed to the 6th. My Lord Charles Montague, Baron Halifax. Content, said Lord Halifax, the bearer of a title which had become extinct in the Saville family, and was destined to become extinct again in that of Montague. Montague is distinct from Montagu and Montacute, and Lord Halifax added, "Prince George has an allowance as Her Majesty's consort. He has another as Prince of Denmark, another as Duke of Cumberland, another as Lord High Admiral of England and Ireland, but he has not one as Commander-in-Chief. This is an injustice and a wrong which must be set right in the interest of the English people." Then Lord Halifax passed a eulogium on the Christian religion, abused Popery, and voted the subsidy. Lord Halifax sat down, and the clerk resumed. "My Lord Christopher, Baron Barnard." Lord Barnard, from whom were to descend the Dukes of Cleveland, rose to answer to his name. "Content." He took some time in reseating himself, for he wore a lace band which was worth showing. For all that, Lord Barnard was a worthy gentleman and a brave officer. While Lord Barnard was resuming his seat, the clerk, who read by routine, hesitated for an instant. He readjusted his spectacles and leaned over the register with renewed attention. Then, lifting up his head, he said, "My Lord Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville." Gwynplaine arose. "None content," said he. Every face was turned towards him. Gwynplaine remained standing. The branches of candles, placed on each side of the throne, lighted up his features, and marked them against the darkness of the august chambers in the relief with which a mask might show against a background of smoke. Gwynplaine had made that effort over himself which, it may be remembered, was possible to him in extremity. By a concentration of will equal to that which would be needed to cow a tiger, he had succeeded in obliterating for a moment the fatal grin upon his face. For an instant he no longer laughed. This effort could not last long. Rebellion against that which is our law or our fatality must be short-lived. At times the waters of the sea resist the power of gravitation, swell into a waterspout, and become a mountain, but only on the condition of falling back again. Such a struggle was Gwynplaine's. For an instant, which he felt to be a solemn one, by a prodigious intensity of will, but for not much longer than a flash of lightning lasts, he had thrown over his brow the dark veil of his soul. He held in suspense his incurable laugh. From that face upon which it had been carved he had withdrawn the joy. Now it was nothing but terrible. "Who is this man?" exclaimed all. That forest of hair, those dark hollows under the brows, the deep gaze of eyes which they could not see, that head, on the wild outlines of which light and darkness mingled weirdly, were a wonder indeed. It was beyond all understanding. Much as they had heard of him, the sight of Gwynplaine was a terror. Even those who expected much found their expectations surpassed. It was as though on the mountain reserved for the gods. During the banquet on a serene evening, the whole of the all-powerful body being gathered together, the face of Prometheus, mangled by the vulture's beak, should have suddenly appeared before them, like a blood-coloured moon on the horizon. Olympus looking on Caucasus. What a vision! Old and young, open-mouthed with surprise, fixed their eyes upon Gwynplaine. An old man, respected by the whole house, who had seen many men and many things, and who was intended for a dukedom, Thomas Earl of Wharton, rose in terror. "What does all this mean?" he cried. "Who has brought this man into the house? Let him be put out." And addressing Gwynplaine haughtily, "Who are you? Whence do you come?" Gwynplaine answered, "Out of the depths." And folding his arms, he looked at the lords. "Who am I? I am Wretchedness. My lords, I have a word to say to you." A shudder ran through the house. Then all was silence. Gwynplaine continued, "My lords, you are highly placed. It is well. We must believe that God has his reasons that it should be so. You have power, opulence, pleasure, the sun ever shining in your zenith. authority unbounded, enjoyment without a sting, and a total forgetfulness of others. So be it. But there is something below you, above you it may be. My lords, I bring you news, news of the existence of mankind. Assemblies are like children. A strange occurrence is as a jack-in-the-box to them. It frightens them, but they like it. It is as if a spring were touched and a devil jumps up. Mirabeau, who was also deformed, was a case in point in France. Gwynplaine felt within himself at that moment a strange elevation. In addressing a body of men, one's foot seems to rest on them, to rest, as it were, on a pinnacle of souls, on human hearts, that quiver under one's heel. Gwynplaine was no longer the man who had been, only the night before, almost mean. The fumes of the sudden elevation which had disturbed him had cleared off and become transparent, and in the state in which Gwynplaine had been seduced by a vanity he now saw but a duty. That which had at first lessened now elevated him. He was illuminated by one of those great flashes which emanate from duty. All round Gwynplaine arose cries of "Hear! Hear!" Meanwhile, rigid and superhuman, he succeeded in maintaining on his features that severe and sad contraction under which the laugh was fretting like a wild horse struggling to escape. He resumed: "I am he who cometh out of the depths. My lords, you are great and rich. There lies your danger. You profit by the night. But beware! The dawn is all-powerful. You cannot prevail over it. It is coming. Nay, it is come. Within it is the day-spring of irresistible light. And who shall hinder that sling from hurling the sun into the sky? The sun I speak of is Right. You are Privilege. Tremble. The real master of the house is about to knock at the door. What is the father of Privilege? Chance. What is his son? Abuse. Neither chance nor abuse are abiding. For both a dark morrow is at hand. I am come to warn you. I am come to impeach your happiness. It is fashioned out of the misery of your neighbor. You have everything, and that everything is composed of the nothing of others. My lords, I am an advocate without hope, pleading a cause that is lost, but that cause God will gain on appeal. As for me, I am but a voice. Mankind is a mouth, of which I am the cry. You shall hear me. I am about to open before you, peers of England, the great assize of the people, of that sovereign who is the subject, of that criminal who is the judge. I am weighed down under the load of all that I have to say. Where am I to begin? I know not. I have gathered together, in the vast diffusion of suffering, my innumerable and scattered pleas. What am I to do with them now? They overwhelm me, and I must cast them to you in a confused mass. Did I foresee this? No. You are astonished. So am I. Yesterday I was a mountebank. Today I am a peer. Deep play. Of whom? Of the unknown. Let us all tremble. My lords, all the blue sky is for you. Of this immense universe you see but the sunshine. Believe me, it has its shadows. Amongst you I am called Lord Fermain Clancharlie, but my true name is one of poverty, Gwynplaine. I am a wretched thing carved out of the stuff of which the great are made, for such was the pleasure of a king. That is my history. Many amongst you knew my father. I knew him not. His connection with you was his feudal descent. His outlawry is the bond between him and me. What God willed was well. I was cast into the abyss. For what end? To search its depths. I am a diver, and I have brought back the pearl, truth. I speak because I know. You shall hear me, my lords. I have seen. I have felt. Suffering is not a mere word, ye happy ones. Poverty I grew up in. Winter has frozen me. Hunger I have tasted. contempt I have suffered, pestilence I have undergone, shame I have drunk of, and I will vomit all these up before you, and this ejection of all misery shall sully your feet and flame about them. I hesitated before I allowed myself to be brought to the place where I now stand, because I have duties to others elsewhere, and my heart is not here. What passed within me has nothing to do with you. When the man whom you call Usher of the Black Rod came to seek me by order of the woman whom you call the Queen, the idea struck me for a moment that I would refuse to come. But it seemed to me that the hidden hand of God pressed me to the spot, and I obeyed. I felt that I must come amongst you. Why? Because of my rags of yesterday. It is to raise my voice among those who have eaten their fill that God mixed me up with the famished. Oh, have pity! Of this fateful world to which you believe yourselves to belong, you know nothing. Placed so high, you are out of it. But I will tell you what it is. I have had experience enough. I come from beneath the pressure of your feet. I can tell you your weight. Oh, you who are masters, do you know what you are? Do you see what you are doing? No. Oh, it is dreadful. One night of storm, a little deserted child, an orphan alone in the immeasurable creation, I made my entrance into that darkness which you call society. The first thing that I saw was the law, under the form of a gibbet. The second was riches. Your riches, under the form of a woman dead of cold and hunger. The third, the future, under the form of a child left to die. The fourth, goodness, truth, and justice, under the figure of a vagabond whose sole friend and companion was a wolf. Just then Gwynplaine, stricken by a sudden emotion, felt the sobs rising in his throat, causing him most unfortunately to burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. The contagion was immediate. A cloud had hung over the assembly. It might have broken into terror. It broke into delight. Mad merriment seized the whole house. Nothing pleases the great chambers of sovereign man so much as buffoonery. It is their revenge upon their graver moments. The laughter of kings is like the laughter of the gods. There is always a cruel point in it. The lords set to play. Sneers gave sting to their laughter. They clapped their hands around the speaker and insulted him. A volley of merry exclamations assailed him like bright but wounding hailstones. "Bravo, Gwynplaine! Bravo, Laughing Man! Bravo, Snout of the Green Box! Mask of Terrinzo Field! You are going to give us a performance. That's right, talk away, there's a funny fellow. How the beast does laugh, to be sure. Good day, Pantaloon. How d'ye do, my Lord Clown? Go on with your speech. That fellow a peer of England. Go on. No, no. Yes, yes." The Lord Chancellor was much disturbed. A deaf peer, James Butler, Duke of Ormond, placing his hand to his ear like an ear trumpet, asked Charles Beauclerk, Duke of St. Albans, "How has he voted?" "None content." "By heavens," said Ormond, "I can understand it, with such a face as his." Do you think that you can ever recapture a crowd once it has escaped your grasp? And all assemblies are crowds alike. No, eloquence is a bit, and if the bit breaks, the audience runs away and rushes on till it has thrown the orator. Hearers naturally dislike the speaker, which is a fact not as clearly understood as it ought to be. Instinctively he pulls the reins, but that is a useless expedient. However, all orators try it, as Gwynplaine did. He looked for a moment at those men who were laughing at him. Then he cried, "So, you insult misery! Silence, peers of England! Judges, listen to my pleading. Oh, I conjure you, have pity! Pity for whom? Pity for yourselves. Who is in danger? Yourselves. Do you not see that you are in a balance, and that there is in one scale your power, and in the other your responsibility? It is God who is weighing you. Oh, do not laugh. Think. The trembling of your consciences is the oscillation of the balance in which God is weighing your actions. You are not wicked. You are like other men, neither better nor worse. You believe yourselves to be gods, but be ill tomorrow, and see your divinity shivering in fever. We are worth one as much as the other. I address myself to honest men. There are such here. I address myself to lofty intellects. There are such here. I address myself to generous souls. There are such here. You are fathers, sons, and brothers. Therefore you are often touched. He amongst you who has this morning watched the awakening of his little child is a good man. Hearts are all alike. Humanity is nothing but a heart. Between those who oppress and those who are oppressed there is but a difference of place. Your feet tread on the heads of men. The fault is not yours. It is that of the social Babel. The building is faulty and out of the perpendicular. One floor bears down the other. Listen, and I will tell you what to do. Oh, as you are powerful, be brotherly. As you are great, be tender. If you only knew what I have seen! Alas, what gloom is there beneath! The people are in a dungeon. How many are condemned who are innocent? No daylight, no air, no virtue. They are without hope. And yet there is the danger. They expect something. Realize all this misery. There are beings who live in death. There are little girls who at 12 begin by prostitution, and who end in old age at 20. As to the 70s of the criminal code, they are fearful. I speak somewhat at random, and do not pick my words. I say everything that comes into my head. No later than yesterday, I, who stand here, saw a man lying in chains, naked, with stones piled on his chest, expire in torture. Do you know of these things? No. If you knew what goes on, you would not dare to be happy. Who of you have been to Newcastle upon Tyne? There, in the mines, are men who chew coals to fill their stomachs and deceive hunger. Look here, in Lancashire, Ribblechester has sunk by poverty, from a town to a village. I do not see that Prince George of Denmark requires £100,000 extra. I should prefer receiving a poor sick man into the hospital without compelling him to pay his funeral expenses in advance. In Carnarvon and at Strathmore, as well as at Strathbickan, the exhaustion of the poor is horrible. At Stratford they cannot drain the marsh for want of money. The manufactories are shut up all over Lancashire. There is forced idleness everywhere. Do you know that the herring fishers at Harlech eat grass when the fishery fails? Do you know that at Burton Lazars there are still lepers confined, on whom they fire if they leave their tan houses? At Aylesbury, a town of which one of you is lord, destitution is chronic. At Penkridge, in Coventry, where you have just endowed a cathedral and enriched a bishop, there are no beds in the cabins, and they dig holes in the earth in which to put the little children to lie, so that instead of beginning life in the cradle, they begin it in the grave. I have seen these things. My lords, do you know who pays the taxes you vote? The dying. Alas, you deceive yourselves. You are going the wrong road. You augment the poverty of the poor to increase the riches of the rich. You should do the reverse. What? Take from the worker to give to the idle? Take from the tattered to give to the well-clad? Take from the beggar to give to the prince? Oh, yes, I have old Republican blood in my veins. I have a horror of these things. How I execrate kings! And how shameless are the women! I have been told a sad story. How I hate Charles II. A woman whom my father loved gave herself to that king whilst my father was dying in exile. The prostitute! Charles II, James II, after a scamp, a scoundrel. What is there in a king? A man, feeble and contemptible, subject to wants and infirmities. Of what good is a king? You cultivate that parasite royalty, you make a serpent of that worm, a dragon of that insect. Oh, pity the poor! You increase the weight of the taxes for the profit of the throne. Look to the laws which you decree. Take heed of the suffering swarms which you crush. Cast your eyes down. Look at what is at your feet. O ye great, there are the little. Have pity. Yes, have pity on yourselves, for the people is in its agony, and when the lower part of the trunk dies, the higher parts die too. Death spares no limb. When night comes, no one can keep his corner of daylight. Are you selfish? Then save others. The destruction of the vessel cannot be a matter of indifference to any passenger. There can be no wreck for some that is not wreck for all. Oh, believe it, the abyss yawns for all. The laughter increased and became irresistible. For that matter, such extravagance as there was in his words was sufficient to amuse any assembly. To be comic without and tragic within, what suffering can be more humiliating? What pain deeper? Gwynplaine felt it. His words were an appeal in one direction, his face in the other. What a terrible position was his! Suddenly his voice rang out in strident bursts. How gay these men are! Be it so. Here is irony face to face with agony, a sneer mocking the death rattle. They are all powerful. Perhaps so. Be it so. We shall see. Behold, I am one of them. I am also one of you. O ye poor! A king sold me. A poor man sheltered me. Who mutilated me? A prince. Who healed and nourished me? A pauper. I am Lord Clancharlie, but I am still Gwynplaine. I take my place amongst the great, but I belong to the mean. I am amongst those who rejoice, but I am with those who suffer. Oh, this system of society is false. Some day will come that which is true, then there will be no more lords, and there shall be free and living men. There will be no more masters, there will be fathers. Such is the future. No more prostrations, no more baseness, no more ignorance, no more human beasts of burden, no more courtiers, no more toadies, no more kings. But light. In the meantime, see me here. I have a right, and I will use it. Is it a right? No. If I use it for myself? Yes. If I use it for all. I will speak to you, my lords, being one of you. O my brothers below, I will tell them of your nakedness. I will rise up with a bundle of the people's rags in my hand. I will shake off over the masters the misery of the slaves, and these favored and arrogant ones shall no longer be able to escape the remembrance of the wretched, nor the princes the itch of the poor, and so much the worse, if it be the bite of vermin, and so much the better, if it awake the lions from their slumber. Here Gwynplaine turned towards the kneeling under-clerks, who were writing on the fourth woolsack. Who are those fellows kneeling down? What are you doing? Get up! You are men. These words, suddenly addressed to inferiors whom a lord ought not even to perceive, increased the merriment to the utmost. They had cried "Bravo!" Now they shouted "Hurrah!" From clapping their hands they proceeded to stamping their feet. One might have been back in the Green Box, only that there the laughter applauded Gwynplaine, here it exterminated him. The effort of ridicule is to kill. Men's laughter sometimes exerts all its power to murder. The laughter proceeded to action. Sneering words rained down upon him. Humor is the folly of assemblies. Their ingenious and foolish ridicule shuns facts instead of studying them, and condemns questions instead of solving them. Any extraordinary occurrence is a point of interrogation. To laugh at it is like laughing at an enigma, but the Sphinx, which never laughs, is behind it. Contradictory shouts arose. "Enough! Enough! Encore! Encore!" William Farmer, Baron Leinster, flung at Gwynplaine the insult cast by Rye. Quiney at Shakespeare. "Histrio, mima!" Lord Vaughan, a sententious man, 29th on the Baron's bench, exclaimed, "We must be back in the days when animals had the gift of speech. In the midst of human tongues the jaw of a beast has spoken." "Listen to Balaam's ass," added Lord Yarmouth. Lord Yarmouth presented that appearance of sagacity produced by a round nose and a crooked mouth. The rebel Linnaeus is chastised in his tomb. "The son is the punishment of the father," said John Hugh, Bishop of Lichfield and Coventry, whose prebendary Gwynplaine's attack has glanced. "He lies," said Lord Cholmondeley, the legislator so well read up in the law. "That which he calls torture is only the peine forte et dure, and a very good thing too. Torture is not practised in England." Thomas Wentworth, Baron Raby, addressed the Chancellor. "My Lord Chancellor, adjourn the House." "No, no, let him go on. He is amusing. Hurrah! Hip, hip, hip!" Thus shouted the young lords, their fun amounting to fury. Four of them especially were in the full exasperation of hilarity and hate. These were Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, Thomas Tufton, Earl of Thanet, Viscount Hatton, and the Duke of Montague. "To your tricks, Gwynplaine!" cried Rochester. "Put him out! Put him out!" shouted Thanet. Viscount Hatton drew from his pocket a penny which he flung to Gwynplaine, and John Campbell, Earl of Greenwich, Savage, Earl Rivers, Thompson, Baron Haversham, Warrington, Escrick Rolston, Rockingham, Carteret, Langdale, Barchester, Maynard, Hunsdon, Carnarvon, Cavendish, Burlington, Robert Darcy, Earl of Holderness, other Windsor, Earl of Plymouth, applauded. There was a tumult as of pandemonium or of Pantheon, in which the words of Gwynplaine were lost. Amidst it all there was heard but one word of Gwynplaine's: "Beware!" Ralph, Duke of Montague, recently down from Oxford, and still a beardless youth, descended from the bench of dukes, where he sat the 19th in order, and placed himself in front of Gwynplaine, with his arms folded. In a sword there is a spot which cuts sharpest, and in a voice an accent which insults most keenly. Montague spoke with that accent, and, sneering with his face close to that of Gwynplaine, shouted, "What are you talking about?" "I am prophesying," said Gwynplaine. The laughter exploded anew, and below this laughter anger growled its continued bass. One of the miners, Lionel Cranfield Sackville, Earl of Dorset and Middlesex, stood upon his seat, not smiling, but grave as became a future legislator, and without saying a word looked at Gwynplaine with his fresh 12-year-old face, and shrugged his shoulders. Whereat the Bishop of St. Asaph's whispered in the ear of the Bishop of St. David's, who was sitting beside him, as he pointed to Gwynplaine, "There is the fool," then pointing to the child, "There is the sage." A chaos of complaint rose from amidst the confusion of exclamation. Gorgon's face. "What does it all mean? An insult to the House. The fellow ought to be put out. What a madman! Shame! Shame! Adjourn the House. No, let him finish his speech. Talk away, you buffoon." Lord Lewis of Duras, with his arms akimbo, shouted, "Ah, it does one good to laugh. My spleen is cured. I propose a vote of thanks in these terms. The House of Lords returns thanks to the Green Box." Gwynplaine, it may be remembered, had dreamt of a different welcome. A man who, climbing up a steep and crumbling acclivity of sand above a giddy precipice, has felt it giving way under his hands, his nails, his elbows, his knees, his feet, who, losing instead of gaining on his treacherous way, a prey to every terror of the danger, slipping back instead of ascending, increasing the certainty of his fall by his very efforts to gain the summit, and, losing ground in every struggle for safety, has felt the abyss approaching nearer and nearer, until the certainty of his coming fall into the yawning jaws open to receive him has frozen the marrow of his bones. That man has experienced the sensations of Gwynplaine. He felt the ground he had ascended crumbling under him, and his audience was the precipice. There is always some one to say the word which sums all up. Lord Scarsdale translated the impression of the assembly in one exclamation. "What is the monster doing here?" Gwynplaine stood up, dismayed and indignant, in a sort of final convulsion. He looked at them all fixedly. "What am I doing here? I have come to be a terror to you. I am a monster, do you say? No, I am the people. I am an exception? No, I am the rule. You are the exception. You are the chimera. I am the reality. I am the frightful man who laughs. Who laughs at what? At you, at himself, at everything. What is his laugh? Your crime and its torment. That crime he flings at your head. That punishment he spits in your face. I laugh, and that means I weep." He paused. There was less noise. The laughter continued, but it was more subdued. He may have fancied that he had regained a certain amount of attention. He breathed again and resumed. "This laugh which is on my face a king placed there. This laugh expresses the desolation of mankind. This laugh means hate, enforced silence, rage, despair. This laugh is the production of torture. This laugh is a forced laugh. If Satan were marked with this laugh, it would convict God. But the Eternal is not like them that perish. Being absolute, he is just, and God hates the acts of kings. Oh, you take me for an exception, but I am a symbol. O all-powerful men, fools that you are, open your eyes. I am the incarnation of all. I represent humanity, such as its masters have made it. Mankind is mutilated. That which has been done to me has been done to it. In it have been deformed right, justice, truth, reason, intelligence, as eyes, nostrils, and ears have been deformed in me. Its heart has been made a sink of passion and pain, like mine, and, like mine, its features have been hidden in a mask of joy. Where God had placed his finger, the king set his sign manual. Monstrous superposition. Bishops, peers, and princes, the people is a sea of suffering, smiling on the surface. My lords, I tell you that the people are as I am. Today you oppress them. Today you hoot at me. But the future is the ominous thaw, in which that which was as stone shall become wave. The appearance of solidity melts into liquid. A crack in the ice, and all is over. There will come an hour when convulsion shall break down your oppression, when an angry roar will reply to your jeers. Nay, that hour did come. Thou wert of it. O my father, that hour of God did come, and was called the Republic. It was destroyed, but it will return. Meanwhile, remember that the line of kings armed with the sword was broken by Cromwell, armed with the axe. Tremble. Incorruptible solutions are at hand. The talons which were cut are growing again. The tongues which were torn out are floating away. They are turning to tongues of fire. and scattered by the breath of darkness, are shouting through infinity. Those who hunger are showing their idle teeth. False heavens built over real hells are tottering. The people are suffering. They are suffering, and that which is on high totters, and that which is below yawns. Darkness demands its change to light. The damned discuss the elect. Behold, it is the coming of the people, the ascent of mankind, the beginning of the end, the red dawn of the catastrophe. Yes, all these things are in this laugh of mine, at which you laugh today. London is one perpetual fête. Be it so. From one end to the other, England rings with acclamation. Well, but listen. All that you see is I. You have your fêtes, they are my laugh. You have your public rejoicings, they are my laugh. You have your weddings, consecrations, and coronations, they are my laugh. The births of your princes are my laugh. But above you is the thunderbolt. It is my laugh. How could they stand such nonsense? The laughter burst out afresh, and now it was overwhelming. Of all the lava which that crater, the human mouth, ejects, the most corrosive is joy. To inflict evil gaily is a contagion which no crowd can resist. All executions do not take place on the scaffold, and men, from the moment they are in a body, whether in mobs or in senates, have always a ready executioner amongst them, called sarcasm. There is no torture to be compared to that of the wretched condemned to execution by ridicule. This was Gwynplaine's fate. He was stoned with their jokes, and riddled by the scoffs shot at him. He stood there a mark for all. They sprang up, they cried "Encore!" They shook with laughter, they stamped their feet, they pulled each other's bands. The majesty of the place, the purple of the robes, the chaste ermine, the dignity of the wigs, had no effect. The lords laughed, the bishops laughed, the judges laughed, the old men's benches derided, the children's benches were in convulsions. The Archbishop of Canterbury nudged the Archbishop of York. Henry Compton, Bishop of London, brother of Lord Northampton, held his sides. The Lord Chancellor bent down his head, probably to conceal his inclination to laugh, and at the bar the statue of Respect, the usher of the Black Rod, was laughing also. Gwynplaine became pallid, had folded his arms, and surrounded by all those faces, young and old, in which had burst forth this grand Homeric jubilee, in that whirlwind of clapping hands, of stamping feet, and of hurrahs, in that mad buffoonery of which he was the centre, in that splendid overflow of hilarity, in the midst of that unmeasured gaiety, he felt that the sepulchre was within him. All was over. He could no longer master the face which betrayed, nor the audience which insulted, him. That eternal and fatal law by which the grotesque is linked with the sublime, by which the laugh re-echoes the groan, parody rides behind despair, and seeming is opposed to being, had never found more terrible expression. Never had a light more sinister illumined the depths of human darkness. Gwynplaine was assisting at the final destruction of his destiny by a burst of laughter. The irremediable was in this. Having fallen, we can raise ourselves up, but, being pulverized, never. And the insult of their sovereign mockery had reduced him to dust. From thenceforth nothing was possible. Everything is in accordance with the scene. That which was triumph in the Green Box was disgrace and catastrophe in the House of Lords. What was applause there was insult here. He felt something like the reverse side of his mask. On one side of that mask he had the sympathy of the people, who welcomed Gwynplaine; on the other the contempt of the great, rejecting Lord Fermain Clancharlie; on one side attraction, on the other repulsion, both leading him towards the shadows. He felt himself, as it were, struck from behind. Fate strikes treacherous blows. Everything will be explained hereafter, but in the meantime destiny is a snare, and man sinks into its pitfalls. He had expected to rise, and was welcomed by laughter. Such apotheoses have lugubrious terminations. There is a dreary expression, to be sobered, tragical wisdom born of drunkenness. In the midst of that tempest of gaiety, commingled with ferocity, Gwynplaine fell into a reverie. An assembly in mad merriment drifts as chance directs, and loses its compass when it gives itself to laughter. None knew whither they were tending, nor what they were doing. The House was obliged to rise, adjourned by the Lord Chancellor, owing to extraordinary circumstances, to the next day. The peers broke up. They bowed to the royal throne and departed. Echoes of prolonged laughter were heard losing themselves in the corridors. Assemblies, besides their official doors, have, under tapestry, under projections, and under arches, all sorts of hidden doors, by which the members escape like water through the cracks in a vase. In a short time the chamber was deserted. This takes place quickly and almost imperceptibly, and those places, so lately full of voices, are suddenly given back to silence. Reverie carries one far, and one comes by long dreaming to reach, as it were, another planet. Gwynplaine suddenly awoke from such a dream. He was alone. The chamber was empty. He had not even observed that the House had been adjourned. All the peers had departed, even his sponsors. There only remained here and there some of the lower officers of the House, waiting for his lordship to depart before they put the covers on and extinguished the lights. Mechanically he placed his hat on his head, and, leaving his place, directed his steps to the great door opening into the gallery. As he was passing through the opening in the bar, a doorkeeper relieved him of his peer's robes. This he scarcely felt. In another instant he was in the gallery. The officials who remained observed with astonishment that the peer had gone out without bowing to the throne. End of section 96.
Section 098 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2. Book the 8th. Chapter 8. He would be a good brother, were he not a good son. There was no one in the gallery. Gwynplaine crossed the circular space from which they had removed the armchair and the tables, and there now remained no trace of his investiture. Candelabra and lustres, placed at certain intervals, marked the way out. Thanks to this string of light, he retraced without difficulty, through the suite of saloons and galleries, the way which he had followed on his arrival with the king-at-arms and the usher of the black rod. He saw no one, except here and there some old lord with tardy steps, plodding along heavily in front of him. Suddenly, in the silence of those great deserted rooms, bursts of indistinct exclamations reached him, a sort of nocturnal clatter unusual in such a place. He directed his steps to the place whence the noise proceeded, and found himself in a spacious hall, dimly lighted, which was one of the exits from the House of Lords. He saw a great glass door open, a flight of steps, footmen, and links, a square outside, and a few coaches waiting at the bottom of the steps. This was the spot from which the noise which he had heard had proceeded. Within the door and under the hall lamp was a noisy group in a storm of gestures and of voices. Gwynplaine approached in the gloom. They were quarrelling. On one side there were 10 or 12 young lords who wanted to go out. On the other, a man with his hat on, like themselves, upright and with a haughty brow, who barred their passage. Who was this man? Tom Jim Jack. Some of these lords were still in their robes, others had thrown them off, and were in their usual attire. Tom Jim Jack wore a hat with plumes, not white like the peers, but green, tipped with orange. He was embroidered and laced from head to foot, had flowing bows of ribbon and lace round his wrists and neck, and was feverishly fingering with his left hand the hilt of the sword which hung from his waist-belt, and on the billets and scabbard of which were embroidered an admiral's anchors. It was he who was speaking and addressing the young lords, and Gwynplaine overheard the following. "I have told you you are cowards. You wish me to withdraw my words. Be it so. You are not cowards. You are idiots. You all combined against one man. That was not cowardice. All right, then it was stupidity. He spoke to you, and you did not understand him. Here the old are hard of hearing, the young devoid of intelligence. I am one of your own order, to quite sufficient extent to tell you the truth. This newcomer is strange, and he has uttered a heap of nonsense, I admit, but amidst all that nonsense there were some things which were true. His speech was confused, undigested, ill delivered. Be it so. He repeated, you know, too often. But a man who was but yesterday a clown at a fair cannot be expected to speak like Aristotle or like Dr. Gilbert Burnet, Bishop of Salisbury. The vermin, the lions, the address to the underclerks, all that was in bad taste. Zounds! Who says it wasn't? It was a senseless and fragmentary and topsy-turvy harangue, but here and there came out facts which were true. It is no small thing to speak even as he did, seeing it is not his trade. I should like to see you do it. Yes, you. What he said about the lepers at Burton Lazar's is an undeniable fact. Besides, he is not the first man who has talked nonsense. In fine, my lords, I do not like to see many set upon one. Such is my humour, and I ask your lordship's permission to take offence. You have displeased me. I am angry. I am grateful to God for having drawn up from the depths of his low existence this peer of England, and for having given back his inheritance to the heir, and, without heeding whether it will or will not affect my own affairs, I consider it a beautiful sight to see an insect transformed into an eagle, and Gwynplaine into Lord Clancharlie. My lords, I forbid you holding any opinion but mine. I regret that Lord Louis du Ross could not be here. I should like to insult him. My lords, it is Fermain Clancharlie who has been the peer, and you who have been the mountebanks. As to his laugh, it was not his fault. You have laughed at that laugh. Men should not laugh at misfortune. If you think that people cannot laugh at you as well, you are very much mistaken. You are ugly. You are badly dressed. My Lord Haversham, I saw your mistress the other day, She is hideous, a duchess, but a monkey. Gentlemen who laugh, I repeat that I should like to hear you try to say 4 words running. Many men jabber, very few speak. You imagine you know something because you have kept idle terms at Oxford or Cambridge, and because, before being peers of England on the benches of Westminster, you have been asses on the benches at Gonville and Caius. Here I am, and I choose to stare you in the face. You have just been impudent to this new peer, a monster certainly, but a monster given up to beasts. I had rather be that man than you. I was present at the sitting, in my place as a possible heir to a peerage. I heard all. I have not the right to speak, but I have the right to be a gentleman. Your jeering airs annoyed me. When I am angry, I would go up to Mount Pendle Hill and pick the cloudberry which brings the thunderbolt down on the gatherer. That is the reason why I have waited for you at the door. We must have a few words, for we have arrangements to make. Did it strike you that you failed a little in respect towards myself? My lords, I entertain a firm determination to kill a few of you. All you who are here, Thomas Tufton, Earl of Thanet, Savage, Earl Rivers, Charles Spencer, Earl of Sunderland, Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, you barons, Grey of Rolleston, Carey Hunsdon, Escrick, Rockingham, Little Carteret, Robert Darcy, Earl of Holderness, William Viscount Hunton, and Ralph, Duke of Montagu, and any who choose, I, David Dury Moi, an officer of the fleet, summon, call, and command you to provide yourselves in all haste, with seconds and umpires, and I will meet you face to face and hand to hand, tonight, at once, tomorrow, by day or night, by sunlight or by candlelight, where, when, or how you please, so long as there is 2 sword-length space, and you will do well to look to the flints of your pistols and the edges of your rapiers, for it is my firm intention to cause vacancies in your peerages. Ogle Cavendish, take your measures, and think of your motto, Cavendo Tutus. Marmaduke Langdale, you will do well, like your ancestor Grindold, to order a coffin to be brought with you. George Booth, Earl of Warrington, you will never again see the county palatine of Chester, or your labyrinth like that of Crete, or the high towers of Dunham Massey. As to Lord Vaughan, he is young enough to talk impertinently, and too old to answer for it. I shall demand satisfaction for his words of his nephew Richard Vaughan, Member of Parliament for the borough of Merioneth. As for you, John Campbell, Earl of Greenwich, I will kill you as Acon killed Mattus, but with a fair cut, and not from behind, it being my custom to present my heart and not my back to the point of the sword. I have spoken my mind, my lords, and so use witchcraft if you like. Consult the fortune-tellers. Grease your skins with ointments and drugs to make them invulnerable. Hang round your necks charms of the devil or the Virgin. I will fight you, blessed or cursed, and I will not have you searched to see if you are wearing any wizard's tokens. On foot or on horseback, on the high road if you wish it, in Piccadilly or at Charing Cross, and they shall take up the pavement for our meeting, as they unpaved the court of the Louvre for the duel between Guise and Bassompierre. All of you, do you hear? I mean to fight you all. Dorme, Earl of Caernarvon, I will make you swallow my sword up to the hilt, as Maroles did to Liesel Merivaux, and then we shall see, my lord, whether you will laugh or not. You, Burlington, who look like a girl of 17, you shall choose between the lawn of your house at Middlesex and your beautiful garden at Londesborough at Yorkshire, to be buried in. I beg to inform your lordships that it does not suit me to allow your insolence in my presence. I will chastise you, my lords. I take it ill that you should have ridiculed Lord Fermain Clancharlie. He is worth more than you. As Clancharlie he has nobility, which you have. As Gwynplaine he has intellect, which you have not. I make his cause my cause. Insult to him, insult to me, and your ridicule my wrath. We shall see who will come out of this affair alive, because I challenge you to the death. Do you understand? With any arm, in any fashion, and you shall choose the death that pleases you best. And since you are clowns as well as gentlemen, I proportion my defiance to your qualities, and I give you your choice of any way in which a man can be killed, from the sword of the prince to the fist of the blackguard. To this furious onslaught of words, the whole group of young noblemen answered by a smile. Agreed, they said. I choose pistols, said Burlington. I, said Escric, the ancient combat of the lists, with the mace and the dagger. I, said Holderness, the duel with 2 knives, long and short, stripped to the waist and breast to breast. Lord David, said the Earl of Thanet, you're a Scot. I choose the claymore. I, the sword, said Rockingham. I, said Duke Ralph, prefer the fists. 'Tis noblest. Gwynplaine came out from the shadow. He directed his steps towards him who he had hitherto called Tom Jim Jack, but in whom now, however, he began to perceive something more. I thank you, said he, but this is my business. Every head turned towards him. Gwynplaine advanced. He felt himself impelled towards the man whom he heard called Lord David, his defender, and perhaps something nearer. Lord David drew back. "Oh," said he, "it is you, is it? This is well timed. I have a word for you as well. Just now you spoke of a woman, who, after having loved Lord Linnaeus Clancharlie, loved Charles II. It is true. Sir, you insulted my mother." "Your mother!" cried Gwynplaine. "In that case, as I guessed, we are brothers," answered Lord David, and he struck Gwynplaine. "We are brothers," said he, "so we can fight. One can only fight one's equal. Who is one's equal if not one's brother? I will send you my seconds. Tomorrow we will cut each other's throats." End of section 98. He would be a good brother, were he not
Section 99 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 9th, Chapter 1. It is through excess of greatness that man reaches excess of misery. As midnight tolled from St. Paul's, a man who had just crossed London Bridge struck into the lanes of Southwark. There were no lamps lighted, it being at that time the custom in London, as in Paris, to extinguish the public lamps at 11 o'clock, that is, to put them out just as they became necessary. The streets were dark and deserted. When the lamps are out, men stay in. He whom we speak of advanced with hurried strides. He was strangely dressed for walking at such an hour. He wore a coat of embroidered silk, a sword by his side, a hat with white plumes, and no cloak. The watchmen, as they saw him pass, said, "It is a lord walking for a wager," and they moved out of his way with the respect due to a lord and to a better. The man was Gwynplaine. He was making his escape. Where was he? He did not know. We have said that the soul has its cyclones, fearful whirlwinds, in which heaven, the sea, day, night, life, death, are all mingled in unintelligible horror. It can no longer breathe truth. It is crushed by things in which it does not believe. Nothingness becomes hurricane. The firmament pales. Infinity is empty. The mind of the sufferer wanders away. He feels himself dying. He craves for a star. What did Gwynplaine feel? A thirst to see Dea. He felt but that, to reach the Green Box again and the Tadcaster Inn, with its sounds and light, full of the cordial laughter of the people, to find Ursus and Homo, to see Dea again, to re-enter life. Disillusion, like a bow, shoots its arrow, man, towards the true. Gwynplaine hastened on. He approached Tarrinzeau Field. He walked no longer now, he ran. His eyes pierced the darkness before him. His glance preceded him, eagerly seeking the harbour on the horizon. What a moment for him when he should see the lighted windows of Tadcaster Inn! He reached the bowling green. He turned the corner of the wall, and saw before him, at the other end of the field, some distance off, the inn, the only house, it may be remembered, in the field where the fair was held. He looked. There was no light, nothing but a black mass. He shuddered. Then he said to himself that it was late, that the tavern was shut up, that it was very natural, that every one was asleep, that he had only to awaken Nicholas or Govicum, that he must go up to the inn and knock at the door. He did so, running no longer now, but rushing. He reached the inn breathless. It is when, storm-beaten and struggling in the invisible convulsions of the soul, until he knows not whether he is in life or in death, that all the delicacy of a man's affection for his loved ones, being yet unimpaired, proves a heart true. When all else is swallowed up, tenderness still floats unshattered. Not to awaken Dea too suddenly was Gwynplaine's first thought. He approached the inn with as little noise as possible. He recognized the nook, the old dog kennel, where Govicum used to sleep. In it, contiguous to the lower room, was a window opening on to the field. Gwynplaine tapped softly at the pane. It would be enough to awaken Govicum, he thought. There was no sound in Govicum's room. At his age, said Gwynplaine, a boy sleeps soundly. With the back of his hand he knocked against the window gently. Nothing stirred. He knocked louder twice. Still nothing stirred. Then, feeling somewhat uneasy, he went to the door of the inn and knocked. No one answered. He reflected, and began to feel a cold shudder come over him. Master Nicholas is old. Children sleep soundly, and old men heavily. Courage! Louder! He had tapped, he had knocked, he had kicked the door. Now he flung himself against it. This recalled to him a distant memory of Weymouth, when, a little child, he had carried Dea, an infant, in his arms. He battered the door again violently like a lord, which, alas, he was. The house remained silent. He felt that he was losing his head. He no longer thought of caution. He shouted, "Nicholas! Govicum!" At the same time he looked up at the windows to see if any candle was lighted. But the inn was blank. Not a voice, not a sound, not a glimmer of light. He went to the gate and knocked at it, kicked against it, and shook it, crying out wildly, "Ursus! Homo!" The wolf did not bark. A cold sweat stood in drops upon his brow. He cast his eyes around. The night was dark, but there were stars enough to render the fair green visible. He saw, a melancholy sight to him, that everything on it had vanished. There was not a single caravan. The circus was gone. Not a tent, not a booth, not a cart remained. The strollers, with their 1,000 noisy cries, who had swarmed there, had given place to a black and sullen void. All were gone. The madness of anxiety took possession of him. What did this mean? What had happened? Was no one left? Could it be that life had crumbled away behind him? What had happened to them all? Good heavens! Then he rushed like a tempest against the house. He struck the small door, the gate, the windows, the window shutters, the walls, with fists and feet, furious with terror and agony of mind. He called Nicholas, Govicum, Phoebe, Venus, Ursus, Homo. He tried every shout and every sound against this wall. At times he waited and listened, but the house remained mute and dead. Then, exasperated, he began again with blows, shouts, and repeated knockings, re-echoed all around. It might have been thunder trying to awake the grave. There is a certain stage of fright in which a man becomes terrible. He who fears everything fears nothing. He would strike the Sphinx. He defies the unknown. Gwynplaine renewed the noise in every possible form, stopping, resuming, unwearying in the shouts and appeals by which he assailed the tragic silence. He called 1,000 times on the names of those who should have been there. He shrieked out every name except that of Dea, a precaution of which he could not have explained the reason himself, but which instinct inspired, even in his distraction. Having exhausted calls and cries, nothing was left but to break in. "I must enter the house," he said to himself. "But how?" He broke a pane of glass in Govicum's room by thrusting his hand through it, tearing the flesh. He drew the bolt of the sash and opened the window. Perceiving that his sword was in the way, he tore it off angrily, scabbard, blade, and belt, and flung it on the pavement. Then he raised himself by the inequalities in the wall, and though the window was narrow, he was able to pass through it. He entered the inn. Govicum's bed, dimly visible in its nook, was there, but Govicum was not in it. If Govicum was not in his bed, it was evident that Nicholas could not be in his. The whole house was dark. He felt, in that shadowy interior, the mysterious immobility of emptiness, and that vague fear which signifies, "There is no one here." Gwynplaine, convulsed with anxiety, crossed the lower room, knocking against the tables, upsetting the earthenware, throwing down the benches, sweeping against the jugs, and striding over the furniture, reached the door leading into the court, and broke it open with one blow from his knee, which sprung the lock. The door turned on its hinges. He looked into the court. The Green Box Section 100 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 9th, Chapter 2. The Dregs. Gwynplaine left the house and began to explore Tarrinzeau Field in every direction. He went to every place where the day before the tents and caravans had stood. He knocked at the stalls, though he knew well that they were uninhabited. He struck everything that looked like a door or a window. Not a voice arose from the darkness. Something like death had been there. The ant-hill had been razed. Some measures of police had apparently been carried out. There had been what in our days would be called a razzia. Tarrinzeau Field was worse than a desert. It had been scoured, and every corner of it scratched up, as it were, by pitiless claws. The pocket of the unfortunate Fairgreen had been turned inside out and completely emptied. Gwynplaine, after having searched every yard of ground, left the green, struck into the crooked streets abutting on the site called East Point, and directed his steps towards the Thames. He had threaded his way through a network of lanes, bounded only by walls and hedges, when he felt the fresh breeze from the water, heard the dull lapping of the river, and suddenly saw a parapet in front of him. It was the parapet of the Effroc stone. This parapet bounded a block of the quay, which was very short and very narrow. Under it the high wall, the Effroc stone, buried itself perpendicularly in the dark water below. Gwynplaine stopped at the parapet, and, leaning his elbows on it, laid his head in his hands and set to thinking, with the water beneath him. Did he look at the water? No. At what, then? At the shadow. Not the shadow without, but within him. In the melancholy night-bound landscape which he scarcely marked, in the outer depths, which his eyes did not pierce, were the blurred sketches of masts and spars. Below the Effroc stone there was nothing on the river, but the quay sloped insensibly downwards till some distance off it met a pier, at which several vessels were lying, some of which had just arrived, others which were on the point of departure. These vessels communicated with the shore by little jetties, constructed for the purpose, some of stone, some of wood, or by movable gangways. All of them, whether moored to the jetties or at anchor, were wrapped in silence. There was neither voice nor movement on board, it being a good habit of sailors to sleep when they can, and awake only when wanted. If any of them were to sail during the night at high tide, the crews were not yet awake. The hulls, like large black bubbles, and the rigging, like threads mingled with ladders, were barely visible. All was vivid and confused. Here and there a red cresset pierced the haze. Gwynplaine saw nothing of all this. What he was musing on was destiny. He was in a dream, a vision, giddy in presence of an inexorable reality. He fancied that he heard behind him something like an earthquake. It was the laughter of the lords. From that laughter he had just emerged. He had come out of it having received a blow, and from whom? From his own brother. Flying from the laughter, carrying with him the blow, seeking refuge, a wounded bird in his nest, rushing from hate and seeking love, what had he found? Darkness. No one. Everything gone. He compared that darkness to the dream he had indulged in. What a crumbling away! Gwynplaine had just reached that sinister bound, the void. The green box gone was his universe vanished. His soul had been closed up. He reflected. What could have happened? Where were they? They had evidently been carried away. Destiny had given him, Gwynplaine, a blow which was greatness. Its reaction had struck them another, which was annihilation. It was clear that he would never see them again. Precautions had been taken against that. They had scoured the fair green, beginning by Nicholas and Govicum, so that he should gain no clue through them. Inexorable dispersion! That fearful social system, at the same time that it had pulverized him in the House of Lords, had crushed them in their little cabin. They were lost. Dea was lost, lost to him for ever. Powers of heaven, where was she? And he had not been there to defend her. To have to make guesses as to the absent whom we love is to put oneself to the torture. He inflicted this torture on himself. At every thought that he fathomed, at every supposition which he made, he felt within him a moan of agony. Through a succession of bitter reflections he remembered a man who was evidently fatal to him, and who had called himself Barkilphedro. That man had inscribed on his brain a dark sentence which reappeared now. He had written it in such terrible ink that every letter had turned to fire, and Gwynplaine saw flaming at the bottom of his thought the enigmatical words, the meaning of which was at length solved. Destiny never opens one door without closing another. All was over. The final shadows had gathered about him. In every man's fate there may be an end of the world for himself alone. It is called despair. The soul is full of falling stars. This, then, was what he had come to. A vapour had passed. He had been mingled with it. It had lain heavily on his eyes. It had disordered his brain. He had been outwardly blinded, intoxicated within. This had lasted the time of a passing vapour. Then everything melted away, the vapour and his life. Awaking from the dream, he found himself alone. All vanished, all gone, all lost. Night, nothingness. Such was his horizon. He was alone. Alone has a synonym, which is dead. Despair is an accountant. It sets itself to find its total. It adds up everything, even to the farthings. It reproaches heaven with its thunderbolts and its pinpricks. It seeks to find what it has to expect from fate. It argues, weighs, and calculates, outwardly cool, while the burning lava is still flowing on within. Gwynplaine examined himself, and examined his fate. The backward glance of thought. Terrible recapitulation. When at the top of a mountain we look down the precipice, when at the bottom we look up at heaven, and we say, I was there. Gwynplaine was at the very bottom of misfortune. How sudden, too, had been his fall! Such is the hideous swiftness of misfortune, although it is so heavy that we might fancy it slow. But no! It would likewise appear that snow from its coldness ought to be the paralysis of winter, and from its whiteness the immobility of the winding sheet. Yet this is contradicted by the avalanche. The avalanche is snow become a furnace. It remains frozen, but it devours. The avalanche had enveloped Gwynplaine. He had been torn like a rag, uprooted like a tree, precipitated like a stone. He recalled all the circumstances of his fall. He put himself questions and returned answers. Grief is an examination. There is no judge so searching as conscience conducting its own trial. What amount of remorse was there in his despair? This he wished to find out, and dissected his conscience. Excruciating vivisection. His absence had caused a catastrophe. Had this absence depended on him? In all that had happened, had he been a free agent? No. He had felt himself captive. What was that which had arrested and detained him? A prison? No. A chain? No. What then? Sticky slime. He had sunk into the slough of greatness. To whom has it not happened to be free in appearance, yet to feel that his wings are hampered? There had been something like a snare spread for him. What is at first temptation ends by captivity. Nevertheless, and his conscience pressed him on this point, had he merely submitted to what had been offered him? No, he had accepted it. Violence and surprise had been used with him in a certain measure, it was true, but he, in a certain measure, had given in. To have allowed himself to be carried off was not his fault, but to have allowed himself to be inebriated was his weakness. There had been a moment, a decisive moment, when the question was proposed. This Barkilphedro had placed a dilemma before Gwynplaine, and had given him clear power to decide his fate by a word. Gwynplaine might have said no. He had said yes. From that yes, uttered in a moment of dizziness, everything had sprung. Gwynplaine realized this now in the bitter aftertaste of that consent. Nevertheless, for he debated with himself, was it then so great a wrong to take possession of his right, of his patrimony, of his heritage, of his house? And as a patrician, of the rank of his ancestors? As an orphan, of the name of his father? What had he accepted? A restitution. Made by whom? By Providence. Then his mind revolted. Senseless acceptance. What a bargain had he struck! What a foolish exchange! He had trafficked with Providence at a loss. How now, for an income of £80,000 a year, for 7 or 8 titles, for 10 or 12 palaces, for houses in town and castles in the country, for 100 lackeys, for packs of hounds and carriages and armorial bearings, to be a judge and legislator, for a coronet and purple robes like a king, to be a baron and a marquis, to be a peer of England, he had given the hut of Ursus and the smile of Dea. For shipwreck and destruction in the surging immensity of greatness, he had bartered happiness. For the ocean he had given the pearl. O madman! O fool! O dupe! Yet, nevertheless, and here the objection reappeared on firmer ground, in this fever of high fortune which had seized him, all had not been unwholesome. Perhaps there would have been selfishness in renunciation. Perhaps he had done his duty in the acceptance. Suddenly transformed into a lord, what ought he to have done? The complication of events produces perplexity of mind. This had happened to him. Duty gave contrary orders. Duty on all sides at once, duty multiple and contradictory. This was the bewilderment which he had suffered. It was this that had paralyzed him, especially when he had not refused to take the journey from Corleone Lodge to the House of Lords. What we call rising in life is leaving the safe for the dangerous path. Which is thenceforth the straight line? Towards whom is our first duty? Is it towards those nearest to ourselves, or is it towards mankind generally? Do we not cease to belong to our own circumscribed circle, and become part of the great family of all? As we ascend, we feel an increased pressure on our virtue. The higher we rise, the greater is the strain. The increase of right is an increase of duty. We come to many crossways, phantom roads perchance, and we imagine that we see the finger of conscience pointing each one of them out to us. Which shall we take? Change our direction? Remain where we are? Advance? Go back? What are we to do? That there should be crossroads in conscience is strange enough, but responsibility may be a labyrinth. And when a man contains an idea, when he is the incarnation of a fact, when he is a symbolical man, at the same time he is a man of flesh and blood, is not the responsibility still more oppressive? Thence the care-laden docility and the dumb anxiety of Gwynplaine. Thence his obedience, when summoned to take his seat. A pensive man is often a passive man. He had heard what he fancied was the command of duty itself. Was not that entrance into a place where oppression could be discussed and resisted the realization of one of his deepest aspirations? When he had been called upon to speak, he, the fearful human scantling, he the living specimen of the despotic whims under which for 6,000 years mankind has groaned in agony, had he the right to refuse? Had he the right to withdraw his head from under the tongue of fire descending from on high to rest upon him? In the obscure and giddy debate of conscience, what had he said to himself? This: the people are a silence. I will be the mighty advocate of that silence. I will speak for the dumb. I will speak of the little to the great, of the weak to the powerful. This is the purpose of my fate. God wills what he wills, and does it. It was a wonder that Hardquinone's flask, in which was the metamorphosis of Gwynplaine into Lord Clancharlie, should have floated for 15 years on the ocean, on the billows, in the surf, through the storms, and that all the raging of the sea did it no harm. But I can see the reason. There are destinies with secret springs. I have the key of mine, and know its enigma. I am predestined. I have a mission. I will be the poor man's lord. I will speak for the speechless with despair. I will translate inarticulate remonstrance. I will translate the mutterings, the groans, the murmurs, the voices of the crowd, their ill-spoken complaints, their unintelligible words, and those animal-like cries which ignorance and suffering put into men's mouths. The clamour of men is as inarticulate as the howling of the wind. They cry out, but they are understood, so that cries become equivalent to silence, and silence with them means throwing down their arms. This forced disarmament calls for help. I will be their help. I will be the denunciation. I will be the word of the people. Thanks to me, they shall be understood. I will be the bleeding mouth from which the gag has been torn. I will tell everything. This will be great indeed. Yes, it is fine to speak for the dumb, but to speak to the deaf is sad, and that was the second part in the drama. Alas, he had failed irremediably. The elevation in which he had believed, the high fortune, had melted away like a mirage. And what a fall, to be drowned in a surge of laughter! He had believed himself strong. He who during so many years had floated with observant mind on the wide sea of suffering, he who had brought back out of the great shadow so touching a cry. He had been flung against that huge rock, the frivolity of the fortunate. He believed himself an avenger. He was but a clown. He thought that he wielded the thunderbolt. He did but tickle. In place of emotion he met with mockery. He sobbed, they burst into gaiety, and under that gaiety he had sunk, fatally submerged. And what had they laughed at? At his laugh. So that trace of a hateful act, of which he must keep the mark for ever, mutilation carved in everlasting gaiety, the stigmata of laughter, image of the sham contentment of nations under their oppressors, that mask of joy produced by torture, that abyss of grimace which he carried on his features, the scar which signified jussu regis, the attestation of a crime committed by the king towards him, and the symbol of crime committed by royalty towards the people. That it was which had triumphed over him, that it was which had overwhelmed him, so that the accusation against the executioner turned into sentence upon the victim. What a prodigious denial of justice! Royalty, having had satisfaction of his father, had had satisfaction of him. The evil that had been done had served as pretext and as motive for the evil which remained to be done. Against whom were the lords angered? Against the torturer? No, against the tortured. Here is the throne, there the people. Here James II, there Gwynplaine. That confrontation indeed brought to light an outrage and a crime. What was the outrage? Complaint. What was the crime? Suffering. Let misery hide itself in silence, otherwise it becomes treason. and those men who had dragged Gwynplaine on the hurdle of sarcasm, were they wicked? No, but they too had their fatality. They were happy. They were executioners ignorant of the fact. They were good-humoured. They saw no use in Gwynplaine. He opened himself to them. He tore out his heart to show them, and they cried, "Go on with your play." But sharpest sting, he had laughed himself. The frightful chain which tied down his soul hindered his thoughts from rising to his face. His disfigurement reached even his senses, and while his conscience was indignant, his face gave it the lie and jested. Then all was over. He was the laughing man, the caryatid of the weeping world. He was an agony petrified in hilarity, carrying the weight of a universe of calamity, and walled up for ever with the gaiety, the ridicule, and the amusement of others. Of all the oppressed, of whom he was the incarnation, he partook the hateful fate, to be a desolation not believed in. They jeered at his distress. To them he was but an extraordinary buffoon, lifted out of some frightful condensation of misery, escaped from his prison, changed to a deity, risen from the dregs of the people to the foot of the throne, mingling with the stars, and who, having once amused the damned, now amused the elect. All that was in him of generosity, of enthusiasm, of eloquence, of heart, of soul, of fury, of anger, of love, of inexpressible grief, ended in a burst of laughter. And he proved, as he had told the lords, that this was not the exception, but that it was the normal, ordinary, universal, unlimited, sovereign fact, so amalgamated with the routine of life that they took no account of it. The hungry pauper laughs, the beggar laughs, the felon laughs, the prostitute laughs, the orphan laughs to gain his bread. The slave laughs, the soldier laughs, the people laugh. Society is so constituted that every perdition, every indigence, every catastrophe, every fever, every ulcer, every agony, is resolved on the surface of the abyss into one frightful grin of joy. Now he was that universal grin, and that grin was himself. The law of heaven, the unknown power which governs, had willed that a spectre visible and palpable, a spectre of flesh and bone, should be the synopsis of the monstrous parody which we call the world, and he was that spectre, immutable fate. He had cried, "Pity for those who suffer," in vain. He had striven to awake pity, he had awakened horror. Such is the law of apparitions. But while he was a spectre, he was also a man. Here was the heart-rending complication: a spectre without, a man within. A man more than any other, perhaps, since his double fate was the synopsis of all humanity. And he felt that humanity was at once present in him and absent from him. There was in his existence something insurmountable. What was he? A disinherited heir? No, for he was a lord. Was he a lord? No, for he was a rebel. He was the light-bearer, a terrible spoil-sport. He was not Satan, certainly, but he was Lucifer. His entrance, with his torch in his hand, was sinister. Sinister for whom? For the sinister. Terrible to whom? To the terrible. Therefore they rejected him. Enter their order? Be accepted by them? Never. The obstacle which he carried in his face was frightful, but the obstacle which he carried in his ideas was still more insurmountable. His speech was to them more deformed than his face. He had no possible thought in common with the world of the great and powerful, in which he had by a freak of fate been born, and from which another freak of fate had driven him out. There was between men and his face a mask, and between society and his mind a wall. In mixing from infancy a wandering mountebank with that vast and tough substance which is called the crowd, in saturating himself with the attraction of the multitude, and impregnating himself with the great soul of mankind, he had lost, in the common sense of the whole of mankind, the particular sense of the reigning classes. On their heights he was impossible. He had reached them wet with water from the well of truth. The odour of the abyss was on him. He was repugnant to those princes perfumed with lies. To those who live on fiction, truth is disgusting. And he who thirsts for flattery vomits the real when he has happened to drink it by mistake. That which Gwynplaine brought was not fit for their table. For what was it? Reason, wisdom, justice, and they rejected them with disgust. There were bishops there. He brought God into their presence. Who was this intruder? The two poles repel each other. They can never amalgamate, for transition is wanting. Hence the result, a cry of anger, when they were brought together in terrible juxtaposition. All misery concentrated in a man, face to face with all pride concentrated in a caste. To accuse is useless. To state is sufficient. Gwynplaine, meditating on the limits of his destiny, proved the total uselessness of his effort. He proved the deafness of high places. The privileged have no hearing on the side next the disinherited. Is it their fault? Alas, no. It is their law. Forgive them. To be moved would be to abdicate. Of lords and princes expect nothing. He who is satisfied is inexorable. For those that have their fill, the hungry do not exist. The happy ignore and isolate themselves. On the threshold of their paradise, as on the threshold of hell, must be written, "Leave all hope behind." Gwynplaine had met with the reception of a spectre entering the dwelling of the gods. Here all that was within him rose in rebellion. No, he was no spectre, he was a man. He told them, he shouted to them, that he was man. He was not a phantom, he was palpitating flesh. He had a brain and he thought. He had a heart and he loved. He had a soul and he hoped. Indeed, to have hoped overmuch was his whole crime. Alas, he had exaggerated hope into believing in that thing at once so brilliant and so dark, which is called society. He who was without had re-entered it. It had at once and at first sight made him its three offers, and given him its three gifts: marriage, family, and caste. Marriage? He had seen prostitution on the threshold. Family? His brother had struck him, and was awaiting him the next day, sword in hand. Caste? It had burst into laughter in his face, at him the patrician, at him the wretch. It had rejected almost before it had admitted him. So that his first 3 steps into the dense shadow of society had opened 3 gulfs beneath him. And it was by a treacherous transfiguration that his disaster had begun, and catastrophe had approached him with the aspect of apotheosis. Ascend had signified descend. His fate was the reverse of Job's. It was through prosperity that adversity had reached him. O tragical enigma of life! Behold what pitfalls! A child, he had wrestled against the night, and had been stronger than it. A man, he had wrestled against destiny, and had overcome it. Out of disfigurement he had created success, and out of misery happiness. Of his exile he had made an asylum. A vagabond, he had wrestled against space, and like the birds of the air he had found his crumb of bread. Wild and solitary he had wrestled against the crowd, and had made it his friend. An athlete, he had wrestled against that lion, the people, and he had tamed it. Indigent, he had wrestled against distress. He had faced the dull necessity of living, and from amalgamating with misery every joy of his heart, he had at length made riches out of poverty. He had believed himself the conqueror of life. Of a sudden he was attacked by fresh forces, reaching him from unknown depths, this time with menaces no longer, but with smiles and caresses. Love, serpent-like and sensual, had appeared to him who was filled with angelic love. The flesh had tempted him who had lived on the ideal. He had heard words of voluptuousness like cries of rage. He had felt the clasp of a woman's arms like the convolutions of a snake. To the illumination of truth had succeeded the fascination of falsehood. For it is not the flesh that is real, but the soul. The flesh is ashes, the soul is flame. For the little circle allied to him by the relationship of poverty and toil, which was his true and natural family, had been substituted the social family, his family in blood, but of tainted blood. And even before he had entered it, he found himself face to face with an intended fratricide. Alas! He had allowed himself to be thrown back into that society of which Brantôme, whom he had not read, wrote, "The son has a right to challenge his father." A fatal fortune had cried to him, "Thou art not of the crowd, thou art of the chosen," and had opened the ceiling above his head like a trap in the sky, and had shot him up, through this opening, causing him to appear wild and unexpected in the midst of princes and masters. Then suddenly he saw around him, instead of the people who applauded him, the lords who cursed him. Mournful metamorphosis, ignominious ennobling, rude spoliation of all that had been his happiness, pillage of his life by derision. Gwynplaine Clancharlie, the lord, the mountebank, torn out of his old lot, out of his new lot, by the beaks of those eagles. What availed it that he had commenced life by immediate victory over obstacle? Of what good had been his early triumphs? Alas! the fall must come ere destiny be complete. So half against his will, half of it, because after he had done with the wapentake he had to do with Barkilphedro, and he had given a certain amount of consent to his abductions, he had left the real for the chimerical, the true for the false, Dea for Hosiana, love for pride, liberty for power, labour proud and poor for opulence full of unknown responsibilities, the shade in which is God for the lurid flames in which the devils dwell, paradise for Olympus. He had tasted the golden fruit. He was now spitting out the ashes to which it turned. Lamentable result! Defeat, failure, fall into ruin, insolent expulsion of all his hopes, frustrated by ridicule, immeasurable disillusion. And what was there for him in the future? If he looked forward to the morrow, what did he see? A drawn sword, the point of which was against his breast, and the hilt in the hands of his brother. He could see nothing but the hideous flash of that sword. Hosiana and the House of Lords made up the background in a monstrous chiaroscuro full of tragic shadows. And that brother seemed so brave and chivalrous. Alas! he had hardly seen the Tom Jim Jack who had defended Gwynplaine, the Lord David who had defended Lord Clancharlie, but he had had time to receive a blow from him and to love him. He was crushed. He felt it impossible to proceed further. Everything had crumbled about him. Besides, what was the good of it? All weariness dwells in the depths of despair. The trial had been made. It could not be renewed. Gwynplaine was like a gamester who has played all his trumps away, one after the other. He had allowed himself to be drawn to a fearful gambling table without thinking what he was about. For so subtle is the poison of illusion, he had staked Dea against Hosiana, and had gained a monster. He had staked Ursus against her family, and had gained an insult. He had played his mountebank platform against his seat in the Lords. For the applause which was his, he had gained insult. His last card had fallen on that fatal green cloth, the deserted bowling green. Gwynplaine had lost. Nothing remained but to pay. Pay up, wretched man. The thunder-stricken lie still. Gwynplaine remained motionless. Anybody perceiving him from afar in the shadow, stiff and without movement, might have fancied that he saw an upright stone. Hell, the serpent, and reverie are torturous. Gwynplaine was descending the sepulchral spirals of the deepest thought. He reflected on that world of which he had just caught a glimpse with the icy contemplation of a last look. Marriage, but no love. Family, but no brotherly affection. Riches, but no conscience. Beauty, but no modesty. Justice, but no equity. Order, but no equilibrium. Authority, but no right. Power, but no intelligence. Splendour, but no light. Inexorable balance sheet. He went throughout the supreme vision in which his mind had been plunged. He examined successively destiny, situation, society, and himself. What was destiny? A snare. Situation? Despair. Society? Hatred. And himself? A defeated man. In the depths of his soul he cried, "Society is the stepmother, nature is the mother. Society is the world of the body, nature is the world of the soul. The one tends to the coffin, to the deal-box in the grave, to the earthworms, and ends there. The other tends to expanded wings, to transformation into the morning light, to ascend into the firmament, and there revives into new life." By degrees a paroxysm came over him, like a sweeping surge. At the close of events there is always a last flash in which all stands revealed once more. He who judges meets the accused face to face. Gwynplaine reviewed all that society and all that nature had done for him. How kind had nature been to him! How she, who is the soul, had succoured him! All had been taken from him, even his features. The soul had given him all back. All, even his features, because there was on earth a heavenly blind girl made expressly for him, who saw not his ugliness, and who saw his beauty. And it was from this that he had allowed himself to be separated. From that adorable girl, from his own adopted one, from her tenderness, from her divine blind gaze, the only gaze on earth that saw him, that he had strayed. Dea was his sister, because he felt between them the grand fraternity of above, the mystery which contains the whole of heaven. Dea, when he was a little child, was his virgin, because every child has his virgin, and at the commencement of life a marriage of souls is always consummated in the plenitude of innocence. Dea was his wife, for theirs was the same nest on the highest branch of the deep-rooted tree of Hymen. Dea was still more. She was his light, for without her all was void, and nothingness. And for him her head was crowned with rays. What would become of him without Dea? What could he do with all that was himself? Nothing in him could live without her. How, then, could he have lost sight of her for a moment? O unfortunate man! He allowed distance to intervene between himself and his star, and by the unknown and terrible laws of gravitation and such things, distance is immediate loss. Where was she, the star? Dea! 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 Alas, he had lost her light. Take away the star, and what is the sky? A black mass. But why, then, had all this befallen him? Oh, what happiness had been his! For him God had remade Eden. Too close was the resemblance, alas, even to allowing the serpent to enter, but this time it was the man who had been tempted. He had been drawn without, and then by a frightful snare had fallen into a chaos of murky laughter, which was hell. Oh, grief! Oh, grief! How frightful seemed all that had fascinated him! That Oceana, fearful creature, half beast, half goddess! Gwynplaine was now on the reverse side of his elevation, and he saw the other aspect of that which had dazzled him. It was baleful. His peerage was deformed, his coronet was hideous, his purple robe a funeral garment, those palaces infected, those trophies, those statues, those armorial bearings sinister. The unwholesome and treacherous air poisoned those who breathed it, and turned them mad. How brilliant the rags of the mountebank, Gwynplaine, appeared to him now! Alas! where was the green box, poverty, joy, the sweet wandering life, wandering together like the swallows? They never left each other then. He saw her every minute, morning, evening. At table their knees, their elbows touched. They drank from the same cup. The sun shone through the pane, but it was only the sun, and Dea was love. At night they slept not far from each other, and the dream of Dea came and hovered over Gwynplaine, and the dream of Gwynplaine spread itself mysteriously above the head of Dea. When they awoke, they could be never quite sure that they had not exchanged kisses in the azure mists of dreams. Dea was all innocence, Ursus all wisdom. They wandered from town to town, and they had for provision and for stimulant the frank, loving gaiety of the people. They were angel vagabonds, with enough of humanity to walk the earth, and not enough of wings to fly away. And now all had disappeared. Where was it gone? Was it possible that it was all effaced? What wind from the tomb had swept over them? All was eclipsed, all was lost. Alas! Power irresistible and deaf to appeal, which weighs down the poor, flings its shadow over all, and is capable of anything. What had been done to them? And he had not been there to protect them, to fling himself in front of them, to defend them as a lord with his title, his peerage, and his sword, as a mountebank with his fists and his nails. And here arose a bitter reflection, perhaps the most bitter of all. Well, no, he could not have defended them. It was he himself who had destroyed them. It was to save him, Lord Clancharlie, from them. It was to isolate his dignity from contact with them, that the infamous omnipotence of society had crushed them. The best way in which he could protect them would be to disappear, and then the cause of their persecution would cease. He out of the way, they would be allowed to remain in peace. Into what icy channel was his thought beginning to run? Oh, why had he allowed himself to be separated from Dea? Was not his first duty towards her to serve and to defend the people? But Dea was the people. Dea was an orphan. She was blind. She represented humanity. Oh, what had they done to them? Cruel smart of regret. His absence had left the field free for the catastrophe. He would have shared their fate. Either they would have been taken and carried away with him, or he would have been swallowed up with them. And now what would become of him without them? Gwynplaine without Dea? Was it possible? Without Dea was to be without everything. It was all over now. The beloved group was for ever buried in irreparable disappearance. All was spent. Besides, condemned and damned as Gwynplaine was, what was the good of further struggle? He had nothing more to expect, either of men or of heaven. Dea, Dea, where is Dea? Lost. What? Lost? He who has lost his soul can regain it but through one outlet, death. Gwynplaine, tragically distraught, placed his hand firmly on the parapet, as on a solution, and looked at the river. It was his third night without sleep. Fever had come over him. His thoughts, which he believed to be clear, were blurred. He felt an imperative need of sleep. He remained for a few instants leaning over the water. Its darkness offered him a bed of boundless tranquillity in the infinity of shadow. Sinister temptation. He took off his coat, which he folded and placed on the parapet. Then he unbuttoned his waistcoat. As he was about to take it off, his hand struck against something in the pocket. It was the red book which had been given him by the librarian of the House of Lords. He drew it from the pocket, examined it in the vague light of the night, and found a pencil in it, with which he wrote on the first blank that he found these 2 lines: "I depart. Let my brother David take my place, and may he be happy." Then he signed, "Fermain Clancharlie, Peer of England." He took off his waistcoat and placed it upon the coat, then his hat, which he placed upon the waistcoat. In the hat he laid the red book open at the page on which he had written. Seeing a stone lying on the ground, he picked it up and placed it in the hat. Having done all this, he looked up into the deep shadow above him. Then his head sank slowly, as if drawn by an invisible thread towards the abyss. There was a hole in the masonry near the base of the parapet. He placed his foot in it, so that his knees stood higher than the top, and scarcely an effort was necessary to spring over it. He clasped his hands behind his back and leaned over. "So be it," said he. And he fixed his eyes on the deep waters. Just then he felt a tongue licking his hands. He shuddered and turned round. Homo was behind him.
Section 101 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Conclusion. The Night in the Sea. Chapter 1. A watchdog may be a guardian angel. Gwynplaine uttered a cry. "Is that you, Wolf?" Homo wagged his tail. His eyes sparkled in the darkness. He was looking earnestly at Gwynplaine. Then he began to lick his hands again. For a moment Gwynplaine was like a drunken man, so great is the shock of hope's mighty return. Homo! What an apparition! During the last 48 hours he had exhausted what might be termed every variety of the thunderbolt. But one was left to strike him, the thunderbolt of joy. And it had just fallen upon him, certainly, or at least the light which leads to it regained. The sudden intervention of some mysterious clemency possessed perhaps by destiny, life saying, "Behold me," in the darkest recess of the grave, the very moment in which all expectation has ceased bringing back health and deliverance, a place of safety discovered at the most critical instant in the midst of crumbling ruins. Homo was all this to Gwynplaine. The wolf appeared to him in a halo of light. Meanwhile, Homo had turned round. He advanced a few steps, and then looked back to see if Gwynplaine was following him. Gwynplaine was doing so. Homo wagged his tail and went on. The road taken by the wolf was the slope of the quay of the Effroc stone. This slope shelved down to the Thames, and Gwynplaine, guided by Homo, descended it. Homo turned his head now and then to make sure that Gwynplaine was behind him. In some situations of supreme importance, nothing approaches so near an omniscient intelligence as the simple instinct of a faithful animal. an animal is a lucid somnambulist. There are cases in which the dog feels that he should follow his master, others in which he should precede him. Then the animal takes the direction of sense. His imperturbable scent is a confused power of vision in what is twilight to us. He feels a vague obligation to become a guide. Does he know that there is a dangerous pass, and that he can help his master to surmount it? Probably not. Perhaps he does. In any case, someone knows it for him. As we have already said, it often happens in life that some mighty help which we have held to have come from below has in reality come from above. Who knows all the mysterious forms assumed by God? What was this animal? Providence. Having reached the river, the wolf led down the narrow tongue of land which bordered the Thames. Without noise or bark, he pushed forward on his silent way. Homo always followed his instinct and did his duty, but with the pensive reserve of an outlaw. Some 50 paces more, and he stopped. A wooden platform appeared on the right. At the bottom of this platform, which was a kind of wharf on piles, a black mass could be made out, which was a tolerably large vessel. On the deck of the vessel, near the prow, was a glimmer, like the last flicker of a night-light. The wolf, having finally assured himself that Gwynplaine was there, bounded on to the wharf. It was a long platform, floored and tarred, supported by a network of joists, and under which flowed the river. Homo and Gwynplaine shortly reached the brink. The ship moored to the wharf was a Dutch vessel, of the Japanese build, with 2 decks, fore and aft, and between them an open hold, reached by an upright ladder, in which the cargo was laden. There was thus a forecastle and an after-deck, as in our old river-boats, and a space between them ballasted by the freight. The paper boats made by children are of a somewhat similar shape. Under the decks were the cabins, the doors of which opened into the hold and were lighted by glazed portholes. In stowing the cargo, a passage was left between the packages of which it consisted. These vessels had a mast on each deck. The foremast was called Paul, the mainmast Peter. The ship being sailed by these 2 masts, as the church was guided by her 2 apostles. A gangway was thrown, like a Chinese bridge, from one deck to the other, over the centre of the hold. In bad weather, both flaps of the gangway were lowered, on the right and left, on hinges, thus making a roof over the hold, so that the ship, in heavy seas, was hermetically closed. These sloops, being a very massive construction, had a beam for a tiller, the strength of the rudder being necessarily proportioned to the height of the vessel. 3 men, the skipper and 2 sailors, with a cabin boy, sufficed to navigate these ponderous sea-going machines. The decks, fore and aft, were, as we have already said, without bulwarks. The great lumbering hull of this particular vessel was painted black, and on it, visible even in the night, stood out in white letters the words Vogret Rotterdam. About that time many events had occurred at sea, and amongst others the defeat of the Baron de Pointy's 8 ships off Cape Carnero, which had driven the whole French fleet into refuge at Gibraltar, so that the Channel was swept of every man-of-war, and merchant vessels were able to sail backwards and forwards between London and Rotterdam without a convoy. The vessel on which was to be read the word Vogret, and which Gwynplaine was now close to, lay with her main deck almost level with the wharf. But 1 step to descend, and Homo, in a bound, and Gwynplaine in a stride, were on board. The deck was clear, and no stir was perceptible. The passengers, if, as was likely, there were any, were already on board, the vessel being ready to sail, and the cargo stowed, as was apparent from the state of the hold, which was full of bales and cases. But they were doubtless lying asleep in the cabins below, as the passage was to take place during the night. In such cases the passengers do not appear on deck till they awake the following morning. As for the crew, they were probably having their supper in the men's cabin whilst awaiting the hour fixed for sailing, which was now rapidly approaching. Hence the silence on the two decks connected by the gangway. The Wolf had almost run across the wharf. Once on board, he slackened his pace into a discreet walk. He still wagged his tail, no longer joyfully, however, but with the sad and feeble wag of a dog troubled in his mind. Still preceding Gwynplaine, he passed along the after-deck and across the gangway. Gwynplaine, having reached the gangway, perceived a light in front of him. It was the same that he had seen from the shore. There was a lantern on the deck, close to the foremast, by the gleam of which was sketched in black, on the dim background of the night, what Gwynplaine recognized to be Ursus's old four-wheeled van. This poor wooden tenement, cart and hut combined, in which his childhood had rolled along, was fastened to the bottom of the mast by thick ropes, of which the knots were visible at the wheels. Having been so long out of service, it had become dreadfully rickety. It leant over feebly on one side. It had become quite paralytic from disuse, and, moreover, it was suffering from that incurable malady, old age. Mouldy and out of shape, it tottered in decay. The materials of which it was built were all rotten. The iron was rusty, the leather torn, the woodwork worm-eaten. There were lines of cracks across the window in front, through which shone a ray from the lantern. The wheels were warped. The lining, the floor, and the axle-tree seemed worn out with fatigue. Altogether, it presented an indescribable appearance of beggary and prostration. The shafts, stuck up, looked like two arms raised to heaven. The whole thing was in a state of dislocation. Beneath it was hanging Homo's chain. Does it not seem that the law and the will of nature would have dictated Gwynplaine's headlong rush to throw himself upon life, happiness, love regained? So they would, except in some cases of deep terror such as his. But he who comes forth, shattered in nerve and uncertain of his way, from a series of catastrophes, each one like a fresh betrayal, is prudent, even in his joy, hesitates, lest he should bear the fatality of which he has been the victim to those whom he loves, feels that some evil contagion may still hang about him, and advances towards happiness with wary steps. The gates of paradise reopen, but before he enters, he examines his ground. Gwynplaine, staggering under the weight of his emotion, looked around him, while the wolf went and lay down silently by. Section 102 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Conclusion. The Night in the Sea. Chapter 2. Barkilphedro, having aimed at the eagle, brings down the dove. The step of the little van was down, the door ajar. There was no one inside. The faint light which broke through the pane in front sketched the interior of the caravan vaguely in melancholy chiaroscuro. The inscriptions of Ursus, glorifying the grandeur of lords, showed distinctly on the worn-out boards, which were both the wall without and the wainscot within. On a nail, near the door, Gwynplaine saw his esclavine and his cape hung up, as they hang up the clothes of a corpse in a dead house. Just then he had neither waistcoat nor coat on. Behind the van something was laid out on the deck at the foot of the mast, which was lighted by the lantern. It was a mattress, of which he could make out one corner. On this mattress someone was probably lying, for he could see a shadow move. Someone was speaking. Concealed by the van, Gwynplaine listened. It was Ursus's voice. That voice so harsh in its upper, so tender in its lower pitch. That voice, which had so often upbraided Gwynplaine, and which had taught him so well, had lost the life and clearness of its tone. It was vague and low, and melted into a sigh at the end of every sentence. It bore but a confused resemblance to his natural and firm voice of old. It was the voice of one in whom happiness is dead. A voice may become a ghost. He seemed to be engaged in monologue rather than in conversation. We are already aware, however, that soliloquy was a habit with him. It was for that reason that he passed for a madman. Gwynplaine held his breath, so as not to lose a word of what Ursus said, and this was what he heard. "This is a very dangerous kind of craft, because there are no bulwarks to it. If we were to slip, there is nothing to prevent our going overboard. If we have bad weather, we shall have to take her below, and that will be dreadful. An awkward step, a fright, and we shall have a rupture of the aneurism. I have seen instances of it. Oh, my God! What is to become of us? Is she asleep? Yes, she is asleep. Is she in a swoon? No, her pulse is pretty strong. She's only asleep. Sleep is a reprieve. It is the happy blindness. What can I do to prevent people walking about here? Gentlemen, if there be anybody on deck, I beg of you to make no noise. Do not come near us if you do not mind. You know a person in delicate health requires a little attention. She is feverish, you see. She's very young. 'Tis a little creature who is rather feverish. I put this mattress down here so that she may have a little air. I explain all this so that you should be careful. She fell down exhausted on the mattress, as if she had fainted, but she is asleep. I do hope that no one will awake her. I address myself to the ladies, if there are any present. A young girl, it is pitiful. We are only poor mountebanks, but I beg a little kindness, and if there is anything to pay for not making a noise, I will pay it. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Is there any one there? No? I don't think there is. My talk is mere loss of breath. So much the better. Gentlemen, I thank you, if you are there, and I thank you still more if you are not. Her forehead is all in perspiration. Come, let us take our places in the galleys again. Put on the chain. Misery is come back. We are sinking again. A hand, the fearful hand which we cannot see, but the weight of which we feel ever upon us, has suddenly struck us back towards the dark point of our destiny. Be it so. We will bear up. Only I will not have her ill. I must seem a fool to talk aloud like this when I'm alone, but she must feel she has someone near her when she awakes. What shall I do if somebody awakes her suddenly? No noise, in the name of heaven. A sudden shock, which would awake her suddenly, would be of no use. It will be a pity if anybody comes by. I believe that every one on board is asleep. Thanks be to Providence for that mercy. Well, and Homo? Where is he, I wonder? In all this confusion I forgot to tie him up. I do not know what I am doing. It is more than an hour since I've seen him. I suppose he has been to look for his supper somewhere on shore. I hope nothing has happened to him. Homo! Homo! Homo struck his tail softly on the planks of the deck. You are there! Oh, you are there! Thank God for that. If Homo had been lost, it would have been too much to bear. She's moved her arm. Perhaps she's going to wake. Quiet, Homo. The tide is turning. We shall sail directly. I think it will be a fine night. There's no wind. The flag droops. We shall have a good passage. I do not know what moon it is, but there is scarcely a stir in the clouds. There will be no swell. It will be a fine night. Her cheek is pale. It is only weakness. No, it is flushed. It is only the fever. Stay, it is rosy. She is well. I can no longer see clearly. My poor Homo, I no longer see distinctly. So I must begin life afresh. We must set to work again. There are only we two left, you see. We will work for her, both of us. She is our child. Ah, the vessel moves. We are off. Good-bye, London. Good evening. Good night. To the devil with horrible London. He was right. He heard the dull sound of the unmooring as the vessel fell away from the wharf. Abaft on the poop a man, the skipper no doubt, just come from below, was standing. He had slipped the hawser and was working the tiller. Looking only to the rudder, as befitted the combined phlegm of a Dutchman and a sailor, listened to nothing but the wind and the water, bending against the resistance of the tiller, as he worked it to port or starboard. He looked in the gloom of the after-deck like a phantom, bearing a beam upon its shoulder. He was alone there. So long as they were in the river, the other sailors were not required. In a few minutes the vessel was in the centre of the current, with which she drifted without rolling or pitching. The Thames, little disturbed by the ebb, was calm. Carried onwards by the tide, the vessel made rapid way. Behind her the black scenery of London was fading in the mist. Ursus went on talking. "Never mind, I will give her digitalis. I am afraid that delirium will supervene. She perspires in the palms of her hands. What sin have we committed in the sight of God? How quickly has all this misery come upon us! Hideous rapidity of evil. A stone falls. It has claws. It is the hawk swooping on the lark. It is destiny. There you lie, my sweet child. One comes to London. One says, 'What a fine city! What fine buildings! Southwark is a magnificent suburb.' One settles there. But now they are horrid places. What would you have me do there? I am going to leave. This is the 30th of April. I always distrusted the month of April. There are but 2 lucky days in April, the 5th and the 27th, and 4 unlucky ones, the 10th, the 20th, the 29th, and the 30th. This has been placed beyond doubt by the calculations of Cardan. I wish this day were over. Departure is a comfort. At dawn we shall be at Gravesend, and tomorrow evening at Rotterdam. Zounds! I will begin life again in the van. We will draw it, won't we, Homo?" A light tapping announced the wolf's consent. Ursus continued, "If one could only get out of a grief as one gets out of a city, Homo, we must yet be happy. Alas, there must always be the one who is no more. A shadow remains on those who survive. You know whom I mean, Homo. We were 4, and now we are but 3. Life is but a long loss of those whom we love. They leave behind them a train of sorrows. Destiny amazes us by prolixity of unbearable suffering. Who then can wonder that the old are garrulous? It is despair that makes the dotard old fellow. Homo, the wind continues favourable. We can no longer see the dome of St. Paul's. We shall pass Greenwich presently. That will be 6 good miles over. Oh, I turn my back for ever on those odious capitals, full of priests, of magistrates, and of people. I prefer looking at the leaves rustling in the woods." Her forehead still in perspiration. I don't like those great violet veins in her arm. There's fever in them. Oh, all this is killing me. Sleep, my child. Yes, she sleeps. Here a voice spoke, an ineffable voice, which seemed from afar, and appeared to come at once from the heights and the depths, a voice divinely fearful, the voice of Dea. All that Gwynplaine had hitherto felt seemed nothing. His angel spoke. It seemed as though he heard words spoken from another world in a heaven-like trance. The voice said, "He did well to go. This world was not worthy of him. Only I must go with him. Father, I am not ill. I heard you speak just now. I am very well, quite well. I was asleep. Father, I am going to be happy. My child, said Ursus in a voice of anguish, what do you mean by that? The answer was, Father, do not be unhappy. There was a pause, as if to take breath, and then these few words, pronounced slowly, reached Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine is no longer here. It is now that I am blind. I knew not what night was. Night is absence. The voice stopped once more, and then continued. I always feared that he would fly away. I felt that he belonged to heaven. He has taken flight suddenly. It was natural that it should end thus. The soul flies away like a bird. But the nest of the soul is in the height, where dwells the great lodestone, who draws all towards him. I know where to find Gwynplaine. I have no doubt about the way. Father, it is yonder. Later on you will rejoin us, and Homo too. Homo, hearing his name pronounced, wagged his tail softly against the deck. Father, resumed the voice, you understand that once Gwynplaine is no longer here, all is over. Even if I would remain, I could not, because one must breathe. We must not ask for that which is impossible. I was with Gwynplaine. It was quite natural. I lived. Now Gwynplaine is no more. I die. The two things are alike. Either he must come or I must go. Since he cannot come back, I am going to him. It is good to die. It is not at all difficult. Father, that which is extinguished here shall be rekindled elsewhere. It is a heartache to live in this world. It cannot be that we shall always be unhappy. When we go to what you call the stars, we shall marry, we shall never part again, and we shall love, 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 and that is what is God. There, do not agitate yourself, said Ursus. The voice continued. Well, for instance, last year. In the spring of last year we were together, and we were happy. How different it is now! I forget what little village we were in, but there were trees, and I heard the linnets singing. We came to London, all was changed. This is no reproach, mind. When one comes to a fresh place, how is one to know anything about it? Father, do you remember that one day there was a woman in the great box? You said, "It is a duchess." I felt sad. I think it might have been better had we kept to the little towns. Gwynplaine was done right withal. Now my turn has come. Besides, you have told me yourself that when I was very little my mother died, and that I was lying on the ground with the snow falling upon me, and that he, who was also very little then, and alone like myself, picked me up, and that it was thus that I came to be alive. So you cannot wonder that now I should feel it absolutely necessary to go and search the grave to see if Gwynplaine be in it. Because the only thing which exists in life is the heart, and after life the soul. You take notice of what I say, Father, do you not? What is moving? It seems as if we are in something that is moving, yet I do not hear the sound of the wheels. After a pause the voice added, I cannot exactly make out the difference between yesterday and today. I do not complain. I do not know what has occurred, but something must have happened. These words, uttered with deep and inconsolable sweetness, and with a sigh which Gwynplaine heard, wound up thus. I must go, unless he should return. Ursus muttered gloomily, I do not believe in ghosts. He went on, This is a ship. You ask why the house moves? It is because we are on board a vessel. Be calm. You must not talk so much. Daughter, if you have any love for me, do not agitate yourself. It will make you feverish. I am so old. I could not bear it if you were to have an illness. Spare me. Do not be ill. Again the voice spoke. "What is the use of searching the earth when we can only find in heaven?" Ursus replied, with a half attempt at authority, "Be calm. There are times when you have no sense at all. I order you to rest. After all, you cannot be expected to know what it is to rupture a blood vessel. I should be easy if you were easy. My child, do something for me as well. If he picked you up, I took you in. You will make me ill. That is wrong. You must calm yourself and go to sleep. All will come right. I give you my word of honor, all will come right. Besides, it is very fine weather. The night might have been made on purpose. Tomorrow we shall be at Rotterdam, which is a city in Holland, at the mouth of the Meuse." "Father," said the voice, "look here. When two beings have always been together from infancy, their state should not be disturbed, or death must come, and it cannot be otherwise. I love you all the same, but I feel that I am no longer altogether with you, although I am as yet not altogether with him." "Come, try to sleep," repeated Ursus. The voice answered, "I shall have sleep enough soon." Ursus replied in trembling tones, "I tell you that we are going to Holland, to Rotterdam, which is a city." "Father," continued the voice, "I am not ill. If you are anxious about that, you may rest easy. I have no fever. I am rather hot. It is nothing more." Ursus stammered out, "At the mouth of the Meuse?" "I am quite well, father. But look here. I feel that I am going to die." "Do nothing so foolish," said Ursus, and he added, "Above all, God forbid she should have a shock." There was a silence. Suddenly Ursus cried out, "What are you doing? Why are you getting up? Lie down again, I implore you." Section 103 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Conclusion. The Night and the Sea. Chapter 3. Paradise Regained Below. He saw Dea. She had just raised herself up on the mattress. She had on a long white dress, carefully closed, and showing only the delicate form of her neck. The sleeves covered her arms, the folds her feet. The branch-like tracery of blue veins, hot and swollen with fever, were visible on her hands. She was shivering and rocking, rather than reeling, to and fro, like a reed. The lantern threw up its glancing light on her beautiful face. Her loosened hair floated over her shoulders. No tears fell on her cheeks. In her eyes there was fire and darkness. She was pale, with that paleness which is like the transparency of a divine life in an earthly face. Her fragile and exquisite form was, as it were, blended and interfused with the folds of her robe. She wavered like the flicker of a flame, while, at the same time, she was dwindling into shadow. Her eyes, opened wide, were resplendent. She was as one just freed from the sepulchre, a soul standing in the dawn. Ursus, whose back only was visible to Gwynplaine, raised his arms in terror. "Oh, my child! Oh, heavens! She is delirious! Delirium is what I feared worst of all. She must have no shock, for that might kill her. Yet nothing but a shock can prevent her going mad. Dead or mad, what a situation! Oh, God, what can I do? My child, lie down again." Meanwhile, Dea spoke. Her voice was almost indistinct, as if a cloud already interposed between her and earth. "Father, you are wrong. I am not in the least delirious. I hear all you say to me distinctly. You tell me that there is a great crowd of people, that they are waiting, and that I must play tonight. I am quite willing. You see that I have my reason, but I do not know what to do, since I am dead, and Gwynplaine is dead. I am coming all the same. I am ready to play. Here I am, but Gwynplaine is no longer here." "Come, my child," said Ursus, "do as I bid you. Lie down again." "He is no longer here. No longer here. Oh, how dark it is." "Dark," muttered Ursus. "This is the first time she has ever uttered that word." Gwynplaine, with as little noise as he could help making as he crept, mounted the step of the caravan, entered it, took from the nail the cape and the esclavine, put the esclavine round his neck, and redescended from the van, still concealed by the projection of the cabin, the rigging, and the mast. Dea continued murmuring. She moved her lips, and by degrees the murmur became a melody. In broken pauses, and with the interrupted cadences of delirium, her voice broke into the mysterious appeal she had so often addressed to Gwynplaine in Chaos Vanquished. She sang, and her voice was low and uncertain as the murmur of the bee. "Noche, quita te de allí, el alba canta." She stopped. "No, it is not true. I am not dead. What was I saying? Alas, I am alive. I am alive. He is dead. I am below. He is above. He is gone. I remain. I shall hear his voice no more, nor his footstep. God, who had given us a little paradise on earth, has taken it away. Gwynplaine, it is over. I shall never feel you near me again, never. And his voice, I shall never hear his voice again." And she sang, "Es menester a cielos ir, deja, quiero, a tu negro caparazón." "We must go to heaven. Take off, I entreat thee, thy black cloak." She stretched out her hand as if she sought something in space on which she might rest. Gwynplaine, rising by the side of Ursus, who had suddenly become as though petrified, knelt down before her. "Never," said Dea, "never shall I hear him again." She began, wandering, to sing again. "Deja, quiero, a tu negro caparazón." Then she heard a voice, even the beloved voice, answering, "O ven, ama, eres alma, soy corazón." "Oh, come and love, thou art the soul, I am the heart." And at the same instant Dea felt under her hand the head of Gwynplaine. She uttered an indescribable cry. "Gwynplaine!" A light, as of a star, shone over her pale face, and she tottered. Gwynplaine received her in his arms. "Alive!" cried Ursus. Dea repeated, "Gwynplaine!" And with her head bowed against Gwynplaine's cheek, she whispered faintly, "You have come down to me again. I thank you, Gwynplaine." And seated on his knee, she lifted up her head. Wrapped in his embrace, she turned her sweet face towards him, and fixed on him those eyes so full of light and shadow, as though she could see him. "It is you," she said. Gwynplaine covered her sobs with kisses. There are words which are at once words, cries, and sobs, in which all ecstasy and all grief are mingled and burst forth together. They have no meaning, and yet tell all. "Yes, it is. It is I, Gwynplaine, of whom you are the soul. Do you hear me? I, of whom you are the child, the wife, the star, the breath of life. I, to whom you are eternity. It is I. I am here. I hold you in my arms. I am alive. I am yours. Oh, when I think that in a moment all would have been over. 1 minute more, but for Homo. I will tell you everything. How near is despair to joy. Dea, we live. Dea, forgive me. Yes, yours forever. You are right. Touch my forehead. Make sure that it is I. If you only knew. But nothing can separate us now. I rise out of hell and ascend into heaven. Am I not with you? You said that I descended. Not so. I reascend. Once more with you. Forever. I tell you forever. Together. We are together. Who would have believed it? We have found each other again. All our troubles are past. Before us now there is nothing but enchantment. We will renew our happy life, and we will shut the door so fast that misfortune shall never enter again. I will tell you all. You will be astonished. The vessel has sailed. No one can prevent that now. We are on our voyage and at liberty. We are going to Holland. We will marry. I have no fear about gaining a livelihood. What can hinder it? There is nothing to fear. I adore you. Not so quick, stammered Ursus. Dea, trembling, and with the rapture of an angelic touch, passed her hand over Gwynplaine's profile. He overheard her say to herself, "It is thus that gods are made." Then she touched his clothes. "The esclavine," she said, "the cape. Nothing changed. All as it was before." Ursus, stupefied, delighted, smiling, drowned in tears, looked at them, and addressed an aside to himself. "I don't understand it in the least. I am a stupid idiot. I, who saw him carried to the grave. I cry, and I laugh. That is all I know. I am as great a fool as if I were in love myself. But that is just what I am. I am in love with them both, old fool. Too much emotion, too much emotion. It is what I was afraid of. No, it is that I wished for. Gwynplaine, be careful of her. Yes, let them kiss. It is no affair of mine. I am but a spectator. What I feel is droll. I am the parasite of their happiness, and I am nourished by it." Whilst Ursus was talking to himself, Gwynplaine exclaimed, "Dea, you are too beautiful. I don't know where my wits were gone these last few days. Truly, there is but you on earth. I see you again, but as yet I can hardly believe it. In this ship. But tell me, how did it all happen? To what a state have they reduced you? But where is the green box? They have robbed you. They have driven you away. It is infamous. Oh, I will avenge you. I will avenge you, Dea. They shall answer for it. I am a peer of England." Ursus, as if stricken by a planet full in his breast, drew back and looked at Gwynplaine attentively. It is clear that he is not dead, but can he have gone mad? And he listened to him doubtfully. Gwynplaine resumed, "Be easy, Dea. I will carry my complaint to the House of Lords." Ursus looked at him again, and struck his forehead with the tip of his forefinger. Then, making up his mind, "It is all one to me," he said. "It will be all right, all the same. Be as mad as you like, my Gwynplaine. It is one of the rights of man. As for me, I am happy. But how came all this about?" The vessel continued to sail smoothly and fast. The night grew darker and darker. The mists, which came inland from the ocean, were invading the zenith, from which no wind blew them away. Only a few large stars were visible, and they disappeared one after another, so that soon there were none at all, and the whole sky was dark, infinite, and soft. The river broadened until the banks on each side were nothing but two thin brown lines mingling with the gloom. Out of all this shadow rose a profound peace. Gwynplaine, half-seated, held Dea in his embrace. They spoke, they cried, they babbled, they murmured in a mad dialogue of joy. How are we to paint thee, O joy? My life, my heaven, my love, my whole happiness. Gwynplaine, Dea, I am drunk, let me kiss your feet. Is it you, then, for certain? I have so much to say to you now that I do not know where to begin. One kiss, O my wife! Gwynplaine, do not tell me that I am beautiful. It is you who are handsome. I have found you again. I hold you to my heart. This is true. You are mine. I do not dream. Is it possible? Yes, it is. I recover possession of life. If you only knew, I have met with all sorts of adventures. Dea! Gwynplaine, I love you. And Ursus murmured, Mine is the joy of a grandfather. Homo, having come from under the van, was going from one to the other discreetly, exacting no attention, licking them left and right, now Ursus's thick shoes, now Gwynplaine's cape, now Dea's dress, now the mattress. This was his way of giving his blessing. They had passed Chatham and the mouth of the Medway. They were approaching the sea. The shadowy serenity of the atmosphere was such that the passage down the Thames was being made without trouble. No manoeuvre was needful, nor was any sailor called on deck. At the other end of the vessel the skipper, still alone, was steering. There was only this man aft. At the bow the lantern lighted up the happy group of beings who, from the depths of misery, had suddenly been raised to happiness by Section 104 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Conclusion. The Night and the Sea. Chapter 4. Nay, on high. Suddenly, Dea, disengaging herself from Gwynplaine's embrace, arose. She pressed both her hands against her heart, as if to still its throbbings. "What is wrong with me?" said she. "There is something the matter. Joy is suffocating." "No, it is nothing. That is lucky. Your reappearance, oh my Gwynplaine, has given me a blow of happiness. All this heaven of joy which you have put into my heart has intoxicated me. You being absent, I felt myself dying. The true life which was leaving me you have brought back. I felt as if something was being torn away within me. It is the shadows that have been torn away, and I feel life dawn in my brain, a glowing life, a life of fever and delight. This life which you have just given me is wonderful. It is so heavenly that it makes me suffer somewhat. It seems as though my soul is enlarged, and can scarcely be contained in my body. This life of seraphim, this plenitude, flows into my brain and penetrates it. I feel like a beating of wings within my breast. I feel strangely, but happy. Gwynplaine, you have been my resurrection." She flushed, became pale, then flushed again and fell. "Alas!" said Ursus, "you have killed her." Gwynplaine stretched his arms towards Dea, extremity of anguish coming upon extremity of ecstasy. What a shock! He would himself have fallen had he not had to support her. "Dea!" he cried, shuddering, "what is the matter?" "Nothing," said she. "I love you." She lay in his arms, lifeless, like a piece of linen. Her hands were hanging down helplessly. Gwynplaine and Ursus placed Dea on the mattress. She said, feebly, "I cannot breathe lying down." They lifted her up. Ursus said, "Fetch a pillow." She replied, "What for? I have Gwynplaine." She laid her head on Gwynplaine's shoulder, who was sitting behind and supporting her, his eyes wild with grief. "Oh," said she, "how happy I am." Ursus took her wrist and counted the pulsation of the artery. He did not shake his head. He said nothing, nor expressed his thought except by the rapid movement of his eyelids, which were opening and closing convulsively, as if to prevent a flood of tears from bursting out. "What is the matter?" asked Gwynplaine. Ursus placed his ear against Dea's left side. Gwynplaine repeated his question, eagerly, fearful of the answer. Ursus looked at Gwynplaine, then at Dea. He was livid. He said, "We ought to be parallel with Canterbury. The distance from here to Gravesend cannot be very great. We shall have fine weather all night. We need fear no attack at sea, because the fleets are all on the coast of Spain. We shall have a good passage." Dea, bent, and growing paler and paler, clutched her robe convulsively. She heaved a sigh of inexpressible sadness, and murmured, "I know what this is. I am dying." Gwynplaine rose in terror. Ursus held Dea. "Die? You die? No, it shall not be. You cannot die. Die now? Die at once? It is impossible. God is not ferociously cruel to give you and to take you back in the same moment. No, such a thing cannot be. It would make one doubt in him. Then, indeed, would everything be a snare, the earth, the sky, the cradles of infants, the human heart, love, the stars. God would be a traitor, and man a dupe. There would be nothing in which to believe. It would be an insult to the creation. Everything would be an abyss. You know not what you say, Dea. You shall live. I command you to live. You must obey me. I am your husband and your master. I forbid you to leave me. O heavens! O wretched man! No, it cannot be. I to remain in the world after you. Why, it is as monstrous as that there should be no sun. Dea, Dea, recover. It is but a moment of passing pain. One feels a shudder at times, and thinks no more about it. It is absolutely necessary that you should get well and cease to suffer. You die! What have I done to you? The very thought of it drives me mad. We belong to each other, and we love each other. You have no reason for going. It would be unjust. Have I committed crimes? Besides, you have forgiven me. Oh, you would not make me desperate. Have me become a villain, a madman, drive me to perdition. Dea, I entreat you, I conjure you, I supplicate you, do not die. And, clenching his hands in his hair, agonized with fear, stifled with tears, he threw himself at her feet. "My Gwynplaine," said Dea, "it is no fault of mine." There then rose to her lips a red froth, which Ursus wiped away with the fold of her robe, before Gwynplaine, who was prostrate at her feet, could see it. Gwynplaine took her feet in his hands and implored her in all kinds of confused words. "I tell you, I will not have it. You die. I have no strength left to bear it. Die? Yes, but both of us together, not otherwise. You die, my Dea? I will never consent to it. My divinity, my love, do you understand that I am with you? I swear that you shall live. Oh, but you cannot have thought what would become of me after you were gone. If you had an idea of the necessity which you are to me, you would see that it is absolutely impossible. Dea, you see I have but you. The most extraordinary things have happened to me. You will hardly believe that I have just explored the whole of life in a few hours. I have found but one thing, that there is nothing in it. You exist. If you did not, the universe would have no meaning. Stay with me. Have pity on me. Since you love me, live on. If I have just found you again, it is to keep you. Wait a little longer. You cannot leave me like this, now that we have been together but a few minutes. Do not be impatient. Oh, heaven, how I suffer! You are not angry with me, are you? You know that I could not help going when the wapentake came for me. You will breathe more easily presently. You will see. Dea, all has been put right. We are going to be happy. Do not drive me to despair, Dea. I have done nothing to you." These words were not spoken, but sobbed out. They rose from his breast, now in a lament which might have attracted the dove, now in a roar which might have made lions recoil. Dea answered him in a voice growing weaker and weaker, and paused at nearly every word. "Alas, it is of no use, my beloved. I see that you are doing all you can. An hour ago I wanted to die. Now I do not. Gwynplaine, my adored Gwynplaine, how happy we have been. God placed you in my life, and he takes me out of yours. You see, I am going. You will remember the green box, won't you? And poor little blind Dea, you will remember my song? Do not forget the sound of my voice and the way in which I said I love you. I will come back and tell it to you again in the night while you are asleep. Yes, we found each other again, but it was too much joy. It was to end at once. It is decreed that I am to go first. I love my father, Ursus, and my brother, Homo, very dearly. You are all so good. There's no air here. Open the window. My Gwynplaine, I did not tell you, but I was jealous of a woman who came one day. You do not even know of whom I speak. Is it not so? Cover my arms. I am rather cold. And Phoebe, and Venus, where are they? One comes to love everybody. One feels a friendship for all those who have been mixed up in one's happiness. We have a kindly feeling towards them for having been present in our joys. Why has it all passed away? I have not clearly understood what has happened during the last 2 days. Now I am dying. Leave me in my dress. When I put it on, I foresaw that it would be my shroud. I wish to keep it on. Gwynplaine's kisses are upon it. Oh, what would I not have given to have lived on! What a happy life we led in our poor caravan! How we sang! How I listened to the applause! What joy it was never to be separated from each other! It seemed to me that I was living in a cloud with you. I knew one day from another, although I was blind. I knew that it was morning, because I heard Gwynplaine. I felt that it was night, because I dreamed of Gwynplaine. I felt that I was wrapped up in something which was his soul. We adored each other so sweetly. It is all fading away, and there will be no more songs. Alas, that I cannot live on. You will think of me, my beloved. Her voice was growing fainter. The ominous waning, which was death, was stealing away her breath. She folded her thumbs within her fingers, a sign that her last moments were approaching. It seemed as though the first uncertain words of an angel just created were blended with the last failing accents of the dying girl. She murmured, "You will think of me, won't you? It would be very sad to be dead, and to be remembered by no one. I have been wayward at times. I beg pardon of you all. I am sure that, if God had so willed it, we might yet have been happy, my Gwynplaine, for we take up but very little room, and we might have earned our bread together in another land. But God has willed it otherwise. I cannot make out in the least why I am dying. I never complained of being blind, so that I cannot have offended anyone. I should never have asked for anything, but always to be blind as I was, by your side. Oh, how sad it is to have to part." Her words were more and more inarticulate, evaporating into each other, as if they were being blown away. She had become almost inaudible. "Gwynplaine," she resumed, "you will think of me, won't you? I shall crave it when I am dead." And she added, "Oh, keep me with you." Then, after a pause, she said, "Come to me as soon as you can. I shall be very unhappy without you, even in heaven. Do not leave me long alone, my sweet Gwynplaine. My paradise was here. Above there's only heaven. Oh, I cannot breathe. My beloved, my beloved, my beloved." "Mercy!" cried Gwynplaine. "Farewell," murmured Dea. And he pressed his mouth to her beautiful icy hands. For a moment it seemed as if she had ceased to breathe. Then she raised herself on her elbows, and an intense splendor flashed across her eyes, and through an ineffable smile her voice rang out clearly. "Light!" she cried. "I see!" And she expired. She fell back rigid and motionless on the mattress. "Dead!" said Ursus. And the poor old man, as if crushed by his despair, bowed his bald head and buried his swollen face in the folds of the gown which covered Dea's feet. He lay there in a swoon. Then Gwynplaine became awful. He arose, lifted his eyes, and gazed into the vast gloom above him, seen by none on earth, but looked down upon, perhaps, as he stood in the darkness, by some invisible presence. He stretched his hands on high and said, "I come," and he strode across the deck towards the side of the vessel, as if beckoned by a vision. A few paces off was the abyss. He walked slowly, never casting down his eyes. A smile came upon his face, such as Dea's had just worn. He advanced straight before him, as if watching something. In his eyes was a light like the reflection of a soul perceived from afar off. He cried out, "Yes!" At every step he was approaching nearer to the side of the vessel. His gait was rigid, his arms were lifted up, his head was thrown back, his eyeballs were fixed. His movement was ghost-like. He advanced without haste and without hesitation, with fatal precision, as though there were before him no yawning gulf and open grave. He murmured, "Be easy, I follow you. I understand the sign that you are making me." His eyes were fixed upon a certain spot in the sky, where the shadow was deepest. The smile was still upon his face. The sky was perfectly black. There was no star visible in it, and yet he evidently saw one. He crossed the deck. A few stiff and ominous steps, and he had reached the very edge. "I come," said he. "Dea, behold, I come." One step more. There was no bulwark. The void was before him. He strode into it. He fell. The night was thick and dull, the water deep. It swallowed him up. He disappeared calmly and silently. None saw nor heard him. The ship sailed on, and the river flowed. Shortly afterwards the ship reached the sea. When Ursus returned to consciousness, he found that Gwynplaine was no longer with him, and he saw Homo by the edge of the deck, baying in the shadow and looking down upon the water. The end. End of section 104.